If you've ever been excited to have made it to Friday, you're in luck because it's Friday. Also, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook. This edition is Friday, May 16th, and it's 13F Day. We're going to break down a bunch of those 13Fs. We've got Mark Petrino coming on today. We've got one more day until it's mice down, drinks up time, and I am optimistic. So should you be. Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. Happy Friday. We made it, thankfully. Hopefully you all had a great rest of your Thursday evening and you're enjoying your Friday so far here today. Great to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Crimp Biscuit, good to see you. Pete, good to see you again as always. Let's go. Couch Potato, Brett, all sorts, good morning. Mama Bear, good morning. Not locked in and looking for possible confirmation with a trade. Good week with trades -1. Okay, well, we're going to get you locked in today, Mama Bear. Get ready. Get ready to get locked in. We're going to make some more money before the week is over. Ashok, good morning. Welcome back. Chuck, good morning. Ivan, good morning. Sun-kissed Yogi, good morning. Jane, good morning. Joshua, good morning. Ed, good morning. Yeah, so how are you guys doing with UNH? We did kind of rally off those lows yesterday. I know it looked grim in the morning, but it looked a lot better in the after hours. Believe me, I'm sure we'll check in on UNH a bunch here today. We have the producer giving the daily prayer for the stream. Much appreciated. Bernhard, good morning. Welcome back. Paul, good morning. Kayla, good morning. Day Trader, good morning. Graf, good morning. Big Abees, good morning. Let's put a crown on the week. I didn't get a crown yesterday. I got a root canal, which was much worse. But we made it. Big Abees, let's end this week strong. Big milkshake trading. So one of the things I did yesterday to celebrate the completion of the root canal, I went and got a milkshake from Grader's Ice Cream. It was outstanding. It was a big milkshake, and now we're trading here today. Welcome. Good to see you. White chocolate mocha. Good morning. This Moj. Good morning. ATL Russ says, I hate Fridays. Looking forward to Monday in the market open. Russ, you are a trader, my son. We are the only people in the world who get up on Friday and think, oh, man, we have to wait till Monday for the market to be open. That's where golf comes in. I don't say that anymore because I really enjoy golfing. Catherine, good to see you again. Good morning. Judge, good morning. Ralph, good morning. CompuCare, let's go. Good morning. Dwayne, good to see you again. Amazon and Google, let's take a look at some of the 13Fs. I think you might be onto something. Amazon also curling up here in the pre-market, Dwayne, so we might be good. Yeah, so fine. Good morning. Jay Harris, good morning. Mukesh, good morning. Go Steve, good morning. A late show for me in the country, heading to Greece for 2 weeks on Sunday. Yo, so my buddy is also going to Greece, I think early next week. Enjoy it. It's supposed to be beautiful out there. Are you going to Santorini? And please take pictures. Enjoy, Steve. Enjoy well-earned vacation. Iraq, good morning. It's good to see you again. Zach, good morning. Jose, good morning. And let's go ahead and get the show started. Sounds like we've got some pretty positive Friday vibes out there, and I absolutely love seeing that. Y'all know I love seeing that. All right, let's go ahead and bring up the SPY here. Here is what we are looking at. The March higher continues. March higher continues. We have... what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, working on our 5th straight green day here. If we can get it done, if we can hold, let's see. If we take a look basically back to the end of last year, we are actually at the top end of a volume shelf. The only bigger volume shelf is that 605 area that we've been talking about a little bit. I would imagine that's on deck here. Now, earlier this week, when I was giving you upside levels, 2 of those levels were 592-ish. That corresponds to like the bottom right here, as well as this consolidation area from December of last year. And then 595. And that pretty much corresponds to the consolidation right here. And then maybe even the top of that range kind of goes up to 597. So that area, I think, is in deck here or on deck here today. I do think this, we're currently printed 592.34 here as the high in the pre-market. I do think this is a bit of a support or a bit of a resistance level. So let's see if we have the strength to get through it. Past that, I think 595 to 597 represents the other resistance area that we might end up challenging today. Otherwise, if we turn around here today, let me go back to that. Sorry, I just readjusted that. The bottom edge of this volume shelf could definitely see that coming. That's 586. Right. So could definitely see that happening here today. We'll see what happens with the action here today. Remember, we did get a bunch of 13Fs, which we're going to cover here today around here. So we'll go ahead and do that. This is about what I got here for the SPY. Maverick, good morning. Great to see you. Ivan, good morning. If I did not say that already. Santorini is nice, but not many beaches. Naxos, much better for sea swimming stuff. Yeah, I just like the scene. I don't necessarily need to be on a beach or anything like that. Frankly, I'd rather be on a boat if I had the choice. But a nice little private kind of hotel balcony overlooking the ocean or the sea, I guess, Mediterranean Sea. Yeah, that would be sick. So, okay, Bilal, good morning. It's great to see you again as well. All right, let's get a couple of quotes here about the broader market. Then I want to talk about what El Arian said, and then we'll talk about some 13Fs. We have Mark Petrino coming here. Let me make sure here that's all good. Yep, doesn't have a link. Let me get that here real quick. Actually, sorry to be doing this live. Just wanted to make sure that we get Mark Petrino on here. Okay, let's go ahead and break this down like a fraction, shall we? Wall Street poised to open higher at the S&P 500's 4-day run. Again, we're working on a 5-day run here. Sounds like Powell's expecting more frequent bouts of stagflation, cautions an expert. Where would we be if we did not have the experts telling us to be careful and sow fear and uncertainty? Where would we be without that? Good question. Okay. Also, really good news here. So the producers have been listening to all of your feedback about the delay in the stream and how sometimes it gets extended and how annoyed you folks are with all of that. I'm pleased to report that they have actually worked with the team and we got all these settings figured out. The stream is absolutely 1080p and we have ultra low latency. Producer here testing at 5 seconds. You should not have much more than a 5-second delay. And if you do, boy, oh boy, check your internet connection because we have adjusted those settings. Okay, let me keep going down here. Jerome Powell, Federal Reserve Chair, indicated Thursday that the Fed is reassessing its inflation and employment strategies, suggesting potential shifts in policy following a comprehensive review scheduled for 2025. Participants have indicated that they thought it would be appropriate to reconsider the language around the labor market shortfalls, referring to how the Fed's talk about employment is its official strategy. NASDAQ dropped after the continued positive momentum from partnerships within the Middle East during the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum. Trump's on his way back from that forum, by the way. Meanwhile, the 10-year Treasury bond yielded 4.4. That's what everyone's got their eye on. And the 2-year bond, 4.93. Okay, wanted to go down here real quick to some insights. Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research said in his quick takes note that Fed Chair Powell poked a stick at the White House following his speech on Thursday. I don't think this should come as a surprise to anybody. I'm expecting some jawboning from both sides back and forth, and I'm still in the camp that we probably don't get a rate cut till the back half of the year. And I don't mean June or July. I think maybe a little bit later than that. Remember, we just told you about some of the firms, the banks, pushing their rate cut back to December, in fact. So again, I expect more of this. Don't let that shake you out of your thesis. Yardeni pointed at Powell. Okay, let me start that over. Yardeni pointed out that Powell implied that the bond yields might stay elevated as a result of more frequent supply shocks. Quote, higher real rates may also reflect the possibility that inflation could be more volatile going forward than the inter-crisis period of the 2010s. Powell said in prepared remarks at the Thomas Lobach Research Convention in Washington, D.C. Yardeni said, sounds like Powell's expecting more frequent bouts of stagflation, which was associated with supply shocks in the past. The stock and bond, quote, the stock and bond markets didn't react much to the speech, partly because today's batch of indicators were mostly ambiguous about the near-term prospects of inflation. As the PPI declined in April, Louis Navellier of Navellier and Associates said the PPI demonstrated that despite the recent trade chaos, wholesale prices are falling from lackluster economic activity and surplus goods that have been dumped in the U.S. God, I thought all this stuff was bad. I thought this was all bad, and this was terrible for us. And oh my God. Yeah. Meanwhile, commenting on the declining PPI, Jamie Cox, the managing partner at Harris Financial Group, added, if you're in the stagflation camp, these data aren't confirming your thesis. While growth is slowing, disinflation remains intact. Speaking about the S&P 500 earnings so far, Navellier said, quote, now that 90% of the companies in the S&P have announced their first quarter results, earnings are running at 11.2% annual pace, which represents the seventh straight quarter of improving earnings growth. Okay. Day Trader says that it hasn't even hit yet, dude. I have a suspicion that some of the thoughts about how bad this is going to be just aren't going to pan out. I am not going to sit in the camp of it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. There's got to be something bad. Orange man bad. It's got to be bad. Sorry, not going to be in that camp. If we get to a point where this is really starting to affect things, I'll react to it. But I'm not going to sit around and listen to all of the gloom and doom. I'm just not going to do it. That is an excellent way to lose money. Excellent way to lose money. And we're just not going to do that. Next here is going to be Mohamed El-Erian. Sounds familiar? Mohamed El-Erian calls out Powell's deja vu on supply shocks. Economist draws historic parallels on the Fed chair's latest message. The Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell once again raising a similar set of concerns during his speech on Thursday. Economist Mohamed El-Erian found it all too familiar and was quick to draw parallels between chapters of economic history. On Thursday, El-Erian posted on X, quoting Powell's remarks on the state of the economy during the Thomas Lobach Research Conference, such a long name, earlier in the day. During his speech, Powell said, quote, we may be entering a period of more frequent and potentially more persistent supply shocks, before adding that it would be a difficult challenge for the economy and central banks. While quoting the central bank banker verbatim, El-Erian asks if the concerns raised sound familiar. This two-word response by the renowned economist highlights how the Fed's messaging mirrors prior inflationary cycles and the supply-side shocks over the years. El-Erian is likely referring to the Fed's messaging during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, when the U.S. and the global economy faced similar supply shocks, with Powell as the Fed chair. However, he may also be alluding to the stagflation of the 1970s, a period El-Erian has frequently referenced in his past commentary. He has warned that tariffs and trade war risks, creating conditions reminiscent of the Carter era, marked by low growth and high inflation. There you go, day trader. There you go. It might be bad. It might be really bad. But again, like I said, I'm going to react to this stuff. I'm not going to put myself in a position where I need catastrophe to happen. That does not sound like a good spot to be in. Does not sound like a good spot to be in. I don't think that's where you're going to make the money from. Okay, let's go on to some of the 13 Fs here. We'll start with Warren Buffett's. Warren Buffett ditches Bitcoin-linked NU holdings, adds to Constellation Brands, Domino's Pizza, and PoolCorp. Does anyone trade PoolCorp by chance? Let me know. I remember when this first came out, I was like, is really going to be like a stock that he's going after? Like, what's the deal here? Definitely feel ignorant on the thesis. Let me know if any of you like PoolCorp. As legendary investor Warren Buffett prepares to step down as the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway by the end of 2025, a 13F filing released on Thursday reveals how his team reshaped the firm's portfolio in the first quarter. The 13F filing from Berkshire Hathaway, showing the firm's holdings as of March 31st, reveals several stocks exited completely, with no new stock purchases in the quarter. Buffett and team exited positions in the financial company Citigroup, ticker C, which is down here in the pre-market. Let me see if it still is. It was earlier. Okay, Yeah, it's okay. It's a basically flat. It was down a little bit more in the pre-market, but it's basically flat now. New holdings, ticker NU, completely in the quarter. The exit of new holdings stock in the quarter could be significant storyline as the investment gave Buffett's exposure to digital banks in Latin America and also gave the famous Bitcoin skeptic exposure to Bitcoin. New holds the leading cryptocurrency on its balance sheet and has several crypto platforms for investors. Here are the top decreased stakes by Berkshire Hathaway in the first quarter by percentage. So Citigroup and New liquidated completely, 100% sale there. Formula One, ticker FWONK, reduced the position by about half, minus 48%. T-Mobile, this is a big one. This is one that a bunch of folks out here talk about. There was some potential Tesla news and partnership and Starlink and stuff earlier this year. T-Mobile, minus 11%. That stock was actually down here in the pre-market. Let's see if it still is. Actually, that is back to flat too. Pretty good. Bank of America, minus 7%. Capital One Financial, ticker COF, minus 4%. Davida, ticker DVA, minus 3%. And Charter Communications declined by less than 1%. Top additions for Warren Buffett here. While Berkshire Hathaway did not make any new stock purchases in the quarter, the conglomerate added to several existing positions, including recent holdings like PoolCorp, ticker POOL, and Constellation Brands, ticker STZ. Here are the top additions in the first quarter by percentage. PoolCorp, plus 145%. Does this constitute backing up the truck? Sure seems like it to me. Constellation Brands, plus 114%. Good. Heiko Corporation, ticker HEI, plus 11%. Domino's Pizza, ticker DPZ, plus 10%. Sirius XM Holdings, I believe 13 still has a long-term position in that one. SIRI is your ticker, plus 2%. Occidental Petroleum, we've talked about this one quite a bit. Ticker OXY, increased by less than 1%. And VeriSign, ticker VRSN, increased by less than 1%. Berkshire's top 5 holdings remain the same: Apple, American Express, Coca-Cola, Bank of America, and Chevron. So anyone following Buffett in? Does anyone already have any of these stocks? What do you think about Buffett's moves here? Is that going to affect your trading at all? Let me know. Let me know if any of these things interest you. All right, next here we have Michael Burry's 13 Fs. Let's go. Good morning, Captain Cloudy. Great to see you again. Let's see. Who else did I miss? Whisk, good morning. I think that's all of it. Gil, good morning. I think I hit everyone here. Okay. And then Harris, buying Cirrus over spot is a very interesting choice. So I'm with you on that. I guess we can ask 13, I think, has a long-term thesis on this, so I suppose we can ask him. But to me, I would much rather own Spotify. We've talked about Spotify and Netflix kind of being this whole tariff-resistant, recession-resistant, et cetera, et cetera. I like Spot, without a doubt. Aramis, good to see you here this morning. Okay. The Big Short, Michael Burry, doubled Estee Lauder stake despite the slump, bet against NVIDIA, and dumps China stocks amid the trade war jitters. The Big Short famed investor Michael Burry, who accurately predicted the 2008 housing market crash. Let me pause right there. Let me ask you a question. What do you folks think in terms of statute of limitations on really good calls? Here, I feel like every time anyone talks about Michael Burry, whether it's us, CNBC, Bloomberg, whatever, I feel like one of the things they always say is, well, he called the housing market crash in 2008. Now that's a good call. I'm not chirping him at all. What about a statute of limitations on these? Is any of you living off of really good calls from 2008 still? Is that part of your resume, if you will, or what people know you for, good calls or good decisions from 2008? I bet we have some folks in here that are at entirely different stages of their life from 2008. I'm saying this kind of tongue in cheek, but where's the statute of limitations on this? When can we just say Michael Burry without following it by who accurately predicted the housing crash in 2008? Let me know if you've got some opinions on that. I'd like to see what the varying opinions are. Nonetheless, he has turned bearish on most equities while doubling his stake in cosmetics giant Estee Lauder. That's ticker EL during the first quarter, according to 13F regulatory filings with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Burry's Scion Asset Management increased its position in Estee Lauder to 200,000 shares from 100,000 shares at the end of the fourth quarter, despite Estee Lauder's stock being down 13.94%. Seems like he's dollar cost averaging, getting it on sale. The move comes as beauty companies pursue its Beauty Reimagined recovery strategy amid global headwinds. Estee Lauder stock closed at 63.67 on Thursday, which was down just under 1%. The 13F revealed significant portfolio adjustments, including Scion taking a substantial bearish position on artificial intelligence leader NVIDIA. Through 900,000 put options, NVIDIA shares have retreated from their January all-time high of 153. Anyone else following this one? Let me know. Burry also completely liquidated his position in Chinese tech companies, including Alibaba, Baidu, JD, and Pinduoduo, ticker PDD. The exit coincides with President Trump's April announcement of hefty import tariffs targeting China, though both nations have recently agreed to suspend reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. The hedge fund manager also exited healthcare positions HCA, Oscar Health, which was also a Tim Melvin pick, by the way, and I believe he's still long that, and Molina Healthcare, ticker MOH. Analysts note that while Estee Lauder delivered stronger than expected third quarter earnings with improved margins and cost control, the company still faces challenges, particularly in Asia travel, retail, and a softening North American market. Anyone follow Burry? Anyone like Burry? Anyone trade the same thing? Lion, looks like Lion's with him. Boom. Lion, I'm with him on NVIDIA. Lion, what was your short target on NVIDIA again? Remind me. I don't want to put words in your mouth there. Let me know. Okay. What about Peter Lynch then? Says meat stick crank. That is an interesting name. Yo, Peter Lynch is he's super bearish, and he's right now. I feel like his battle is Bitcoin, and he is losing that battle. to be very, very clear, we'll see how it all shakes out. But he is holding a big L right now with his Bitcoin positions. All right, next here, and I'm sorry that we're just blowing you away with news here, but remember, pretty soon we're going to have Petrino, and we'll do whatever charts you folks want to take a look at. Bill Ackman loads up on Uber. Where's Izzy when we need him? I'll tell you what, Izzy, he talks a lot about Amazon and Uber. The Uber call was really, really good. I know he trades that actively, but man, just simply buying and holding Uber would have been an amazing swing trade over these past couple of months. Looks like he's not the only one that saw that. Anyway, Bill Ackman loads up on Uber in major Q1 portfolio rebalance. Bill Ackman could have a new love for the automotive sector with the new investment he made in the first quarter and added positions to a stake from the fourth quarter of 2024 that was revealed in April. Here's a look at Ackman's investment holdings in Pershing Square. Ackman and Pershing Square unveiled a new stake in Uber in the first quarter with a position of more than 30 million shares. The stake is now the largest holding in Pershing Square's portfolio and comes with the investor making several recent moves to his investment strategy. Ackman increased his stake in Hertz Global Holdings. That's something that we covered here ad nauseum. Several of you, I think, traded Hertz with that. Oh, Izzy is here. Let's go. Let's go. What do you think about this, Izzy? I'm curious to know what kind of thoughts you have on this. Ackman increased his stake in Hertz Global Holdings in the first quarter with the filing showing an 18% increase. Ackman's stake in Hertz was unveiled via a tweet and updated SEC filings in April. A 12.7 million share purchase was originally kept from the fourth quarter holdings document due to a request for confidentiality. Here were the other stakes in the quarter. Brookfield Corporation plus 18%. Now, this is an interesting one. Alphabet Class A shares, that's GOOGL, plus 11%. If we take a look at the where they lowered their investments, I'm going to start with Google Class C. So GOOG, that was the one I was trading recently. That was a banger, absolute banger. Really wish I had more than that. Anyway, minus 16%. So it looks to me like he's moving more out of the Google Class C shares into the Google Class A shares. And I believe, the final holdings here, Google Class C shares 8.3%, Google Class A shares 5.8%. So still has significant exposure to Google, but it looks like he's making an adjustment between those class of shares. Continuing, he also lowered his investments in Hilton Worldwide Holdings, that's ticker HLT, Chipotle Mexican Grill, ticker CMG. That stock, we actually just had Stephanie Link the other day saying that stock was still expensive. Chipotle is one of those stocks that I do want to buy, but don't feel great about it making a huge run yet. In fact, if any of you are looking for Chipotle, I would love to hear your thoughts on Chipotle. Either way, whether you hate it, love it, or are waiting it out, let me know. Chipotle is one of those stocks that I have actually kind of been stalking an entry on, very much like Chewy, which I did take an entry on. One notable move in the quarter was Pershing Square's conversion of its 18.8 million Nike shares into over-the-counter call options, maintaining a similar economic exposure. Interesting. Ackman's top holdings. The newest 13F shows the 11 stocks owned by Ackman and Pershing Square. Here are the current holdings. Uber, as we talked about, 19%, just easily their biggest position. Brookfield at 18%. Restaurant Brands, ticker QSR, 13%. Howard Hughes, HHH, 12%. Chipotle, 9.1%. Canadian Pacific, 8.7%. Alphabet Class C and A shares. Hilton, 5.7%. Seaport Entertainment Group, ticker SEG, 0.9%, and Hertz 0.5%. The latest 13F comes as Ackman is trying to buy control of Howard Hughes and turn it into a diversified holdings company to copy the conglomerate style of legendary investor Warren Buffett. Has Warren Buffett commented on that? Has anyone asked him about what he thinks Ackman is doing and all of that? I haven't seen anything. Asking legitimately. Okay, let's see. What time is it here? God, it's like 4 minutes. Well, let me go back. I don't want to keep rolling through news. I feel like there's been not enough charting yet and too much news here this morning. So let me roll back to the charts. I am expecting Mark Petrino here soon, and we'll focus on a whole lot of charts. So, okay. Let's see here. Meat Stick Cranks. You're crazy if you take out puts on UNH at these levels. Huge cojones. So I actually agree with this. We have been talking about UNH for some time. It's made a number of huge moves down. To be quite honest with you, I feel like the easy money has already been made. I mean, we had a huge sell-off that brought us to like 340 and then went down to what, 250? I mean, just huge moves there. I think the short side move is probably done, and you're probably better off waiting for a long side or doing what Lion did, where you kind of enter knowing, hey, I'm not going to hit the bottom, but I have a longer time horizon here. My thought on this is still wait for a bottom to be confirmed. I would take a little bit less risk than that, but I agree with that. Harris saying Kava's greater than Chipotle. Them's fighting words, bro. Them is fighting words. You guys are talking about Uber. I own Uber in a retirement account. I'm just running through some of the chat here. The meat is too chewy. What is that about? I don't know what that's in reference to. Didn't Ackman take over the Howard Hughes board? Yes. He's trying to take over the entire company and gain control of it. Yes. James is asking, what was your entry price on Chewy, if you don't mind? I don't mind. So again, really quickly, the position on Chewy, let's actually go back to the thesis too. When I entered Chewy, this was about $38.50. Now, I'm not in shares here. I am in the Chewy June 40 calls. Okay. The June 40 calls, those are in the money now. I paid $230 for those calls, and I didn't take a full position on that. I took kind of a starter position on that, and the trade just started working. So I actually haven't added to that one yet either. I do have 35 days for this trade to mature. I wanted to see a move and a breakout above 40. That looks like we're getting. That looks like what we are getting. At this point now, I actually still have my stop at break even. Actually, I moved my stop up to 250 just to make sure I make a little bit of money on this. But I really want to focus on letting this one run. Look at the chart here on Chewy. Maybe we'll ask Mark about this when we bring him on. Look at this chart here on Chewy. Sure looks like this thing made a huge move off the $16 bottom last year. We had a really nice march up. We had a nice corrective move right back to the 200-day. This is about as textbook as it gets. And then we bounced off of the 200-day. Now, we are a little bit overcooked here on the RSI. So one of the things, if we continue to trade up here today, one of the things that I might do is I might actually look to sell the calls that I'm in, roll them out a little bit further to maintain exposure and book some of those gains. The reason I would do it like that is because I don't have a ton of these calls. So it's not as if I'm going to be able to sell 2, 3, and 4 tranches of calls at different times if it continues to run. I think I definitely want to have exposure for some more upside here. I don't want to run from this trade too early like I've done on some of my other trades. So I might look at a sell and roll here. We'll see how Chewy shakes out here today. James, to answer I'm sorry, that was a lot. To answer your question here, I entered around 38.50 when Chewy was 38.50. I used the 40 calls as the vehicle to do that. That's where we're at right now. The other thing that I wanted to mention before we bring Mark on here is that I mentioned yesterday live on the show that I initiated a new position in Rocket. And folks, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, because that was extremely good timing. If we take a look inside here, I'm sorry about the no shading. I'm actually bugging my developers very early in the morning about this. Here was yesterday. All right, here was Thursday. Right out of the open, Rocket started to sell off. I added here, or I initiated that position about 12:30-ish was the stock price. But remember, these are leaps. We got oceans of time on this one. I bought the March 2026 15 calls. March 2026, 15 calls. I paid $1.50. Those things closed the day $1.50 by $1.80. There was gigantic open interest in this strike and expiry. 21,656 contracts are held open at that strike and expiry. Now, why is this important? Well, last night, as soon as the market closed, Value Act Capital reports a 15.1 million share stake in Rocket, representing 9.9% of outstanding shares. Rocket is gapping up by nearly an entire dollar here today. I guess it's up 57 cents from the close because it traded up yesterday. It is up nearly $1 from my entry in one day. Normally, I don't get performance like that. Normally, things I buy go down before they go up. I could get used to this. I could get used to the performance here for Rocket and Chewy. Looking at this, 13 and I have talked about this. I believe we've said 13, 15, and 18 are going to be your key levels that we need to get over. 13, 15, and 18. The calls I bought are 15. The 200-day is here at 14.81. I got to think this is the next target. This morning, we're gapping up above that 50. Let's hold that 50, giddy up. Let's make a run to that 200. No congrats until the position is closed. I have had my fair share of early calls and early victory laps, and Mr. Market looked me dead in the face and said, Ryan, get ready for punishment, because you should not be making early calls. That was a lesson learned early on. Okay, let's go. Enough of me babbling. Let's take a look at some more charts. Let's bring on Mark Petrino. Let's see how he's doing here today. Mark, good morning. Happy Friday. We made it to Friday, my man. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm good, Ryan. How are you?
I'm doing really good.
My wife's away this weekend, so I'm looking forward to watching golf all weekend without being disturbed about how boring it is. So
okay, yeah, it's not boring. That's someone that just doesn't know, but I'm sure she's a lovely lady nonetheless. I also have been watching the golf. Really quickly, before we get into some of the stocks here, do you have any thoughts on the PGA's decision to not let these pros clean their ball when they hit the fairway?
I think that was pretty egregious, actually.
What an idiotic move. We got the best players in the world who have spent their entire life training how to hit a golf ball, and now you're telling them, no, just take the roll of the dice by hitting the mud ball. I mean, what? How do you penalize a golfer for hitting the fairway? I don't get it.
Maybe they want people to think that the course drains really well, and they wouldn't need to do that, but
both things can be true. Both things can be true. The course can drain well, and you can still pick up mud. Anyway, I feel like they made a misstep there. They didn't ask for my opinion, though, Mark. Okay. Is there anything that you want to start with today? Because I got plenty of stuff that I could suggest for you, but I want to ask you first. And do you want to share your charts?
Yeah. I think. Let's see. Well, I can talk about my stock of the day for today.
Okay, perfect.
And
I'll go ahead and share your chart here instead of mine.
So, all right. So you can see it now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, the market has been really obviously blasting off, as we are all well aware, because we're basically within spitting distance of all-time highs. And what's really kind of interesting is over the last couple of days, how, the healthcare sector has been so weak, right? And this is 10% of the market. So you got the market making all-time highs despite the fact that you got some serious weakness here. Now, in terms of United Healthcare, I know I heard some people talking about it, but when you're talking accounting fraud and scandal and stuff like that, I mean, if all this stuff is true, this stock could be at $3, in a couple of weeks. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but it seems pretty amazing that the CEO quits and then all this comes out. So, I mean, I'm big on conspiracy theories. So maybe he saw all this stuff and was like, "I'm out of here," and he went and he narked him out. Maybe, but I don't know. It's pretty amazing story if it all pans out to be true. But anyway, if the healthcare sector reverses, and at some point it will, that's going to be the catalyst for the S&P to keep plunging ahead. And I think that could be the catalyst to break us out to new all-time highs. Because if we look at this, right, here's the S&P. We're only 3.3. If we moved up 3.3%, or let's call it 3.5%,
Sure.
we'd be at an all-time high. Another important thing to think of here, and it's amazing because I talk to a lot of people, and a lot of them are still so like bearish and so skeptical of this, what's been going on. Microsoft is the biggest stock in the market at 6.7%, and it's at 453. The all-time high is 465. So the biggest stock in the market is only 12 points from an all-time high. Now, if we break out above here, this is probably our next little bit of resistance, which is where we stalled out for now. But it's right there, I mean, so I would not be. A couple of weeks ago, I was saying I wouldn't be surprised to see all-time highs by the end of the year. Now I'm like, wouldn't be surprised to see all-time highs within a month. Even, who the hell knows, man? This is pretty unprecedented.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. I mean, I was told our economy is going into the tank and we're in big trouble and blah blah blah. This is so like crazy, Mark.
it really it kind of really bothers me because I know a lot of nice people who lose a lot of money because they believe the hype. And when the market was really selling off, uh let me just bring it up here, back in, whenever it was the beginning of April, the market gets down here, and what does it do? It finds a bottom at the same price level that had been a bottom before, right? And the sentiment was like extremely, amazingly negative. Now, when you get really negative sentiment, what happens is people sell. And when the people are done selling and there's no one left to sell, well, then the market can only go up. So the media is going on and on and on and on about, this, that, the trade war is going to bring the world to the end, the economy is going to crash. And so people were just giving away their stocks down here. And it's I mean, I don't want to, the market action is similar to the COVID thing, right? I don't want to make light of COVID and say people were hyping it up, but just in terms of the market, we had this massive sell-off and we got extreme bearishness, and we found a bottom right back at the same place that we did in the bottom of December of 18, which was a fairly big sell-off at the time. So I think a lot of it is you got to kind of dismiss the noise and know what to pay attention to. But a really interesting chart, and this is going to be my stock of the day, is Boeing, because I think that there's a lot of old Wall Street expressions, and some of them are valid. And I think that this chart shows three of them, right? The first is there's an old saying called buy the breakout. Now, if we see on the chart here, and this is Boeing, symbol BA, there was resistance around 190, 191. Sometimes when you get to resistance, the sellers who created the resistance start to get nervous that they're going to miss their trade. They know the buyers are going to go to whoever is willing to sell at the lowest price. So they reduce the prices they're willing to sell at. Other concerned sellers see this and they're like, wait a second, I don't want to miss out. I'll sell at a point less in order to not miss my trade. And other sellers see that and they start to undercut each other. So a lot of times when you get to resistance, you sell off. It's very common. But sometimes when you get to resistance, the buyers eventually overpower the sellers and they push the price higher than the resistance. We call that a breakout. Now, the important thing to understand here is not like, oh, buy the breakout, buy the breakout. It's important to understand the dynamics that are bullish behind a breakout. If we get above that level, well, it shows us, or potentially shows us, or we can infer that the sellers who created the resistance are out of the market. They either cancel their orders or they finish their orders. So, like in any market, if you take supply off of it, whether it's the housing market, the stock market, commodities markets, if you take supply out of it, the demand side, meaning the buyers, are going to be forced to really push the price higher if they want to draw sellers in off of the sidelines. So this is one thing, right? First statement is buy the breakout. The second thing that this chart could potentially address is the old saying that gaps refill. And let me find my arrow here. So we can see that from up around, I don't know, 247 down to around
217.
220, yeah, 270,
Okay.
218. We made this really fast move, right? Now, one of the reasons why we get uh, resistance is because we have remorseful buyers trying to sell, right? Someone buys something at 10 and it goes to 8, and they say, I'm going to hold on to this, but if it gets to 10, I'm going to get out of it. And you can see that action on a resistance level, right? People buy here and they regret doing so when the price goes lower, and they say, if it gets back to my level, I'm going to sell and get out of break even. So buyer's remorse can keep resistance intact. Buyer's remorse can also make what was support convert into resistance. If enough people buy at a support level and then it goes lower and then it gets back to that support level or what was support, if enough of those remorseful buyers are selling, that level can convert into resistance. So in a situation like this, where you gap or you move really quickly through these price levels, you just don't have a lot of time for there to be this large amount of vested interest of remorseful buyers who are going to be trying to sell on the way back up. So potentially in these price levels or this price zone here, there's not going to be a lot of shares for sale, which means if the buyers want to come in and buy it, and there's that positive news out of the whatever country it was over there that's going to be buying all those planes.
Qatar. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the sorry, man, I got him confused. So if buyers come in, they're going to have a hard time finding sellers. They're going to have to really jack the price up. So this could be a case of a gap refilling. And you can even see like here, you make your fast move down and then you reverse quickly right back through it. So that's statement number 2, or old Wall Street saying number 2, gaps refill. The third one is
Can I actually ask you a question here real quick about that gaps refill? So you'll notice that on this recent move that we're in, before we even get to that gap, on this recent move, this is a pretty steep move, right? We went from a 130 handle up here to what, 206, 207, which is where we're at in the pre-market.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance, or do you think it makes more sense maybe to back test that breakout level, that 191, maybe let's call it 192, just to see if it holds, just because we've made such a steep move so fast?
Yeah, I would think so. There's probably a good chance that we're going to reverse a little bit, and maybe retest this level. But it's the old, again, another saying, like the trend is your friend, and you got to just assume that it's going to trend higher until it stops. But we could just put in a little bit of a trend line there. So it's kind of testing it now. But yeah, I mean, the stock is up 50% in what, 2 months. So I would not be surprised. But then we spent some time consolidating, and then we potentially reverse and then get back up into these gap areas. And when you get to price levels that the stock had gap through, eventually, and all right, let me say it again. If a stock gaps or moves really quickly through price levels and then eventually returns to those price levels going in the opposite direction, there's a good chance it's going to make a rapid move right back through them. But yeah, so I do see like probably a little bit of a short-term resistance level. But anyway, I just thought it was cool. So now the final one would be sell at former tops, which means if I was to buy this breakout, my target would probably be around 265. And just like down here, you get resistance at former levels or resistance levels. There's people who bought here who've been watching this thing ever since. And if it finally gets back and they can get out of break even, they're going to be selling. So those are my 3 Wall Street sayings lessons for today. I hope you all like it.
Yeah, I like it. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to address one of the comments in the chat, and I'm going to tie it to another Wall Street adage that I've heard here. Brandy saying Matt Malley is in the bear camp, so I guess he's nuts. Just going to stop right there. No, he's not nuts. This is what makes a market. We got to have people in the bear camp. We got to have people in the bull camp. That back and forth is what makes a market. This is exactly what I want to see. This is why I'm thrilled that we have so many people with varying opinions in this show, and why I ask you folks for those varying opinions so often. I want to know that there is in fact a market here. Market is trading at a very high PE, so he says it has to come down. I've just made a point here using Boeing as an example. We've moved pretty quickly, we've moved pretty significantly, pretty quickly in Boeing, but I feel like we've also done that in the market. I think Matt Maley is sharp as can be, and I think he's trying to play that pullback. I've tried to play that pullback too. And in fact, when we were going through this consolidation, I was often flipping my positions back and forth. One night I was long TQQQ. The other night I was long SQQQ. It is what it is. This is what makes a market. This is not a bad thing. Smart people are going to disagree. And that's something we need to get used to. Mark, I'm sorry for my rant there.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, the market's not going to go forever. Eventually, there's going to be some kind of a pullback, but I could see, a little bit of resistance where we are now. And if we get through this, then the next stop would be around six, the all-time high. And of course, there'll be some resistance there. But it's important to understand that a lot of times fundamentals and what go on in the stock market are completely disassociated, right? Like back in January and February, there was a lot of talk over whether AI stocks were in a bubble, and people were comparing it to the internet bubble, which I remember very well because that's when I came up. And the thought was, all right, well, these AI companies all make money, and a lot of those internet companies didn't, like pets.com. I mean, there was all these companies that never made a penny that got all kinds of ridiculous valuations. When the market crashed, guess what? Microsoft made a lot of money. Their stock was down by 60%. Cisco and Intel also made a lot of money, and their stocks were down by more than 80%. So just because something is a good company and just because something makes money doesn't necessarily mean that's going to play out into the pricing of the stock. Like, for example, Palantir just reported numbers that weren't good, and the stock went down. And people were very confused about that. I mean, it's since recovered and gotten back above it. But why would a stock go down if they report good numbers? And the answer is, and this gets us to yet another Wall Street expression, buy on the rumors, sell on the news, or it's a crowded trade. It was so widely anticipated that Palantir was going to report good numbers that the people that wanted to take positions did so before the earnings came out. The earnings come out, the stock doesn't go up. A lot of the people that bought it said something's wrong here. They turn around to sell it, but they have a hard time finding buyers. And guess what? The stock drops by 12%. The mirror image of that was when Tesla reported bad numbers and the stock went up. It was so widely anticipated that the numbers that were going to be bad that people that wanted to sell did so before the earnings were actually released. And when the earnings came out, the stock didn't drop. Now, if you're a short seller and you're like, uh-oh, what the hell's going on here? I better go cover. They start buying, and it's a buying frenzy. So perfect example of how how a lot of times the market is driven by psychology and supply and demand and not your fundamentals. Palantir, good earnings, stock goes down. Tesla, bad earnings, stock goes up. So, in the longer term time frame, I guess, some people might want to pay attention to earnings and ratios. But as a trader, I'm really just looking at the levels. I'm looking at the action. I'm looking at the momentum. And I mean, I've just seen some really incredible action. I mean, there's like these, let's see if I can remember this one. There's like these stocks breaking out, all over the place. It's crazy. I forgot the one I was looking at yesterday, but
I've got
another
plenty
thing I
for
was
you.
looking at. Oh, go ahead.
I've got plenty of tickers. If you need
Oh,
tickers,
yeah, sure.
the chat's ready to go. Look, I'd like to know what the one that you were looking at yesterday. So if you remember, please jump in here. But let's just listen to what our chatters are saying here. Let's start with UNH. This has been the talk of the week here. There have been people making life-changing money on the downside. There are people preparing to make life-changing money on the upside. What do you see here in the charts? The big thing that I've been saying, Mark, my thought on trading this one is I'm not much of a short guy. Obviously, we had some news here that led to some pretty obvious downside and some puts that you could have taken. But the next, what I've been saying this week is let's do the Wayne Gretzky approach. Let's skate to where the puck is going, not to where the puck is today. What's next here for UNH? What do the charts tell you?
I mean, I would think there's going to be some support around 200,
Okay.
which is pretty substantially below where we are now. But when you're talking like accounting scandal or the CEO quits, I mean, who knows? This is really, in my opinion, just a gamble at this point because, I mean, it could get down to 200 and then some new news could come out. And, I don't know, maybe at some point the company's big enough that the government goes in there and has a too big to fail type of thing. But to me, the stock right now is really just a gamble. I would be afraid to be in it on either side, actually. I mean, I would probably be in on the short side still, but like you said before, I think most of the money's been made.
Okay.
Or most of the easy money.
So that's exactly what I was saying. So I think like on the downside here, most of the easy money has been made. The next thing for me is playing the upside. The way that I personally am doing this is waiting for the bottom to be confirmed. I don't need to pick the dead bottom. I'll give up several points if I have to, whatever. I just want to know that bottom is in because the catching the falling knife is definitely going to get me in trouble.
One thing we'd want to watch here really carefully is the volume. And I usually don't pay too much attention to volume. But what we could look for is what we would call like a capitulation. And I mean, you could certainly argue that we're in those stages right now.
Okay.
Just judging by the volume. I mean, look at how much volume has traded here. This thing averages probably.
I can actually tell you here. You know what? You're going to have. Let me pull up the average numbers on one of my other windows here, Mark, and I'll give that to you. And so the 100-day average for UNH is 10.2 million shares.
Okay. So over the past couple of days, it looks like it's traded, about 200 million. So eventually, when the selling runs out, if people start to say, wait a second, this scandal is really not as bad as we thought. The headlines were misleading. I'm going to go in there and buy. And it's like, hey, there's no one left to buy from because all the sellers have been washed out. And then you can get a pretty serious spike on the upside as the buyers start to outbid each other. So it could be a potential capitulation, but I would say just be careful because I don't know enough about the news, but I do know from my experience, whenever you hear like accounting fraud, it's like, so I mean, if it's legitimate news, the stock could be at $10 in 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
I am so glad that you said that. So, okay, let me actually assign some numbers. This is a great conversation right now. Let me assign some numbers to this. I just told you that the 100-day average was 10.2 million shares of volume per day. Now that 100-day average calculation does include the last 3 days, which were outside. So it was probably a smidge lower than that, but let's write that off for right now. Let's just call it 10.2. On on Tuesday, the stock traded 60 million shares. On Wednesday, the stock traded 40 million shares. And yesterday, the stock traded 122 million shares. So we're talking 200 plus million shares when the average is 10 million a day in 3 days. So is that capitulation? I guess that's the question. I guess that's the question here. One more thing. We've been talking all morning about Wall Street adages. Pete bringing up one of the best. The famous, it can't go any lower. How many times have you heard that with UNH? Yes. As a matter of fact, it can. I joke around and say, when people say it can't go lower, just remember that it can go lower. Okay, because yes, it can. And this is a really good point. I think we all forget this sometimes, especially when we're trying to play bounces, especially when we're trying to pick bottoms. No jokes, please. So I'm with you too on this, like really kind of rocketing to the upside. I think that's why a lot of people are trying to position long. But like you, Matt, or like you, Mark, and I'm sorry, Mark, Matt, it's confusing me. Like you, I am not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure what it means long term. So what I would do in my defense is wait for the bottom to be confirmed on the chart, give up some of those points. The other thing that we had talked about was SMCI. We talked about that a lot when that had its accounting issues. And we said the same thing. We said, this is like, stay away from this. There's got to be other stuff to trade here that doesn't have massive problems. This stock was in a downtrend for a while.
Yeah, this looks like a little bit of a breakout too here. See, like we talked
Yeah.
before with Boeing getting above the resistance level. So broke above resistance. Looks like it's kind of hanging there.
Okay, so there's some really other good stuff here about UNH. Okay, so first of all, and again, I just want to clean some of the stuff up. Ryan here earlier was saying, how was Palantir bad numbers? I actually think that was just a miss thing. I think you meant they reported good numbers. There was a beat on the top and bottom line and a raise, and the stock went down. I think what you were trying to show was the inverse relationship, Ryan. So I think that was just a miscue. We did it on the other side too, right? You flipped that over and said Tesla looked like it was going lower. They reported bad numbers and the stock went up. So it's that same relation that Mark was highlighting there. I think that's all that was. Also, real quick here, I would like to take a look at Humana because it's related to UNH. If you wanted to finish up on SMCI, that's fine, but let's add Humana to that list as well.
Humana is
And then I also want to ask you a question here. Mike has a specific question that he wants me to ask you. I'd be happy to do
I guess
that.
I said that wrong. Yes. Palantir had good numbers and the stock went down.
Yeah, that's all. You were still illustrating the same point. It was just we mixed a couple of those things up. Look, guys, we're human. We make mistakes. This is why Optimus is going to be so great. You're going to be able to replace us with robots. We'll see how much fun you have.
All right. So this to me is actually looking like a trade here on the long side. And this is like one of my favorite things, right? We got oversold and we got to a level that was support before. Now, as we know, a lot of times there's support at levels that were support because people that sold down here have been waiting ever since to buy their shares back. So now that we're down there, this isn't a coincidence that this is where the sell-off stalled out. You get the remorseful sellers from here buying over here. And then we got kind of an interesting shape here, the old sledgehammer pattern, which could be a reversal day pattern. Now, just think about this. Yesterday morning, right, the stock opened here. So it was like another big down day. We got all the way down to here, and then we got all the way up, and we actually closed at a higher price than the open. So it looks like a little bit of a sledgehammer. Now, I think what's important is not to be able to look at this and say, hey, that looks like a sledgehammer. I think what's important with this and with all other patterns is understand the price action that it illustrates. It looked like it was going to be a big down day, somewhere around, I don't know, maybe around 10, 11, 12 in the morning. But by the close, it's had this big reversal, all right? And we closed higher than the open. So it's almost like if we put it in like a football analogy, one team is driving the ball down the field, and then the other team makes like the goal line stand, and potentially the whole momentum shifts and starts to go the other way.
Forces a fumble on the goal line.
Could be, man. Could be. I wish we had more time because I got a couple of good Bill Belichick jokes, but
okay.
Let's
keep it a family show, but also side note, slack me those because I want to laugh too, Mark. Okay, a couple of more here real quick. Humana, we took a look at. Good stuff there. UNH, I think there was one more in here that folks wanted me to ask you about. I'm trying to find it here.
I think in the healthcare sector, Boston Scientific is something to keep an eye on.
Okay,
because if the sector reverses and you get a breakout here, it could be some upside, just like we saw in Boeing, because this is in the healthcare sector and it's actually doing well. So that shows some strength.
Okay. You got anything else that you want to do? You got another stock that you want to do here?
We looked at Humana. I think that Bitcoin, I would kind of think that we're going to see a little bit of see a little bit of selling there.
Okay.
And the reason why is because one of the main, this one here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So one of the main reasons why we had this big run here was the flight to safety. Money's coming out of stocks, and it needs to go to somewhere, and it was going into Bitcoin. So now Bitcoin's been going sideways for a little bit here, but I think if we break and kind of hold below this 103 level, the next stop is probably going to be down here. This is what we talked about before. A lot of times, if you make a really fast move going through prices one way, and then you consolidate, and then you reverse and go through those same prices in the opposite direction, you can make a quick move right back through them. So I'd be watching Bitcoin for a move lower. But
okay.
All right. So I got a 9:00 meeting I got to jump on. But thank you so much, everybody. And,
okay.
So who you calling, man, for the tournament? I mean, Bryson DeChambeau hitting 360-yard drives.
Yeah, I don't know though. I after watching yesterday, I'm not really sure. I think Scotty might pull this out really quickly here. He had made a point about a CEO quitting with maybe fraud. If there was fraud, why would the CEO stay on the team?
Well, maybe it's the CEO who quit and went to the authorities and said, "Hey, there's some bad stuff going on over there. You should check it out." I mean, we'll know eventually, but I don't know.
But we don't know yet. Okay,
We don't
good
know
stuff.
yet.
Mark, thanks so much for your time. Enjoy your meeting. Enjoy the golf this weekend, buddy.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Thanks,
No
everyone.
problem. That
see you
is
next week.
Mark. That is Mark Petrino. We will catch up with him next week. Really good stuff here from the group, guys. Sorry we were a little bit pressed for time here. Really good participation. Hope you all enjoyed the tickers. Mike, I hope you got an answer there. I'm sorry I crammed that in right at the end. All right, Mark's out. Let's really start the party here. Let's get them dad jokes going. Let's bring on 13. 13, happy Friday, man. How you doing? Happy 13F day.
Hey, good morning there, King. How's your quarter?
King. Yeah, so I saw the jokes that you were making, and while I appreciated every one of them, I was not getting a crown. I was getting a root canal. Which is much worse. But we survived, and we're stronger because of it. Where do you want to start? You want to knock these movers out real quick?
Yeah, let's knock these out, and then we can take some tickers from the chat. How's the chat doing this morning, by the way?
Chat is doing great. They are popping. They are back and forth. They are mad at me, and some of them are happy with me. So you know we're doing good. You know we're having a good Friday. I'm actually really optimistic about today, and part of that because of Rocket, which we talked about it. I'm sure we'll talk about again. All right, let's do some of the movers. One of them that's on there, TSSI. Shout out Ryan Milligan. I don't think he's here yet, but shout out Ryan Milligan because he had been talking about TSSI for some time. That thing really popped. Let's go ahead and break down some of the movers that we see here. I'm going to start with INZY. Is this a takeover? It looks like.
Yep, nothing there.
Okay, bought out 270 million, all cash deal. Grats if you had it.
Yeah, $4 a share.
$4 a share. It's at $3.95. Grats if you had it. Okay, moving on. Next here is going to be AMST. We actually had earnings here, it looks like. Amesite announces quarterly revenue increase of 2.4x in its 10Q filing. Amesite says AI app Nurse Magic drives 2.4 times revenue growth quarter over quarter in Q3 while cutting costs. Okay, so that's pretty good. Stock's up 67.4% here. I obviously have not gone through that PR yet. Quick look around the horn here. Short interest, 2.59% of the float shorted with 4.19 days to cover. That comes on 756,000 shares, so just about 750,000 shares of volume. Float 2.8. Today we've traded 34.1. What do you got here?
This one we probably have traded back in February and also back in December. Those are the last two times this ran, and I also have levels for this. So looks like we did trade this previously. This is a company that has that app, Nurse Magic. Took a look at that. That's pretty interesting. Had to dive into their ER because it didn't look like the information we had on Pro was reflecting the ER yet. So took a look at that. Their cash position's much better than what it looks like. So 2.8 million on their balance sheet. This past quarter, they narrowed their loss, their net loss to less than $1 million. So based on what they said, it looks like that's all true. 2.8 million shares in the float. It looks like this is a pretty good company. I'm not sure if I took a look at their what the financials had here, but yeah, so they're just starting to try to turn a profit. It looks like that Nurse Magic app is going to do pretty well. Take a look at it if you like. I mean, they've got a website that has all that on there. Pretty interesting stuff. As far as levels go, coming down to a 355 level, that's almost where we were coming down to in the pre-market here. I think 358 was the low following the impulse move up to 503. So I'd be watching for 355 to kick in with support. If not there, 325. And we start to turn back up. I have levels at 420, 475, and 540.
Okay. All of those make sense. Okay, good stuff. Ryan Milligan, your ears must have been burning. Judge, Zippity, Ryan, Beach Bum, good morning. Welcome, folks. All right, good stuff there, AMST. Next here is going to be Top W. This is one of the IPOs, remember, that we had talked about when this IPO'd here. Top Win International. rebrands corporate name as Asia Strategy, and launches a digital assets treasury strategy to tap Asia's rapidly growing Web3 ecosystem. So here we go. Big rip on this. This stock was $7 yesterday. We were up over 100% here today, testing 15 before we came back in. We are actually beneath the VWAP. Actually, just in this last 5-minute candle, we pulled beneath that VWAP down to that 15 EMA. Let me take a quick look around the horn on this one. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. Just about 1% of the float short, 0.82%, 1 day to cover. This comes on an average volume of 908,000. Today we've traded 7.7 million or 7.6 million. What do you think here, Top W?
Yeah, so don't really have a read on their income, and the balance sheet looked a little thin as far as information goes. So looking right at the chart here, don't like the formation that we're getting. The constant rejection of VWAP, not looking great. We have popped above it, during this pre-market, only to come back underneath it 5 or 10 minutes later. So I would need to see a more of a sustained hold above the VWAP. The spot I actually like is 1250. The price really needs to get above and hold that level. Otherwise, I think we're going to continue to drift down here. It kind of looks like a bearish pattern, but let's see what we get out of the open. If we do sell off into the open, that might be a better trade than those that are going to run up into the open. So we'll just see what we get with this. It's not above VWAP. It's trying to push above it. If we get above it, we'll change our strategy. But for now, if it can't recapture VWAP, I'm looking for this thing to trend lower.
It's literally recapturing VWAP as we speak on my chart right now.
Let that candle finish. We'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna let's see how it shakes out, but pretty good. Ryan is asking, how come his ears were burning? That's because I had just given you flowers by telling you that I associate this stock TSSI with you, as you are the first person that brought this up, at least as far as I can remember. I can't remember exactly the day that we talked about it. Might have been right in here, end of March. You tell me, I can't remember. Nonetheless, this stock is absolutely ripping today. TSS shares are trading higher after the company reported year-over-year increase in Q1 revenue. Look at this rip. Stock was $8.90 yesterday. We actually printed 15s in the pre-market today. We've dipped a little bit, but we really haven't broken down. Done a really good job holding 1250. VWAP here at 1328. Current price at just under 13. I think we might actually have a move here on TSSI if we're able to take out this VWAP and go towards some of those highs. Quick look around the horn on this name. 13.18% of the float shorted, and that also is on 4.23 days to cover. On average, the stock trades $1 million. Today we've traded 2.7 million. The float is 16.6 million. I do think this has squeeze potential. I do think that this is a quality catalyst here with earnings. Stock is trading higher by 47% here today. What do you make of this?
Had earnings, had big beats. And I looked briefly over the earnings. It was a pretty good looking report. 16.6 million shares in the float. You covered the short interest. This company has cash. This company is profitable. This company might be tapped for an AI build out. I have no information if that's true or not, but when I read what this company does, and this is another session of dot connecting. When I read what this company does, and I remember that we're trying to make this big national push to build out AI infrastructure. This is the kind of company that they might call upon to have services performed. So TSSI, very interesting. Let me actually pull this up in my approach right here. The chart this morning does look like it's a little bit bearish. I need to, just like the last one we looked at, Top W, beneath its VWAP, been getting rejected, trying to break over its VWAP. Need to see that price get back above and hold above it. Otherwise, it looks like we will be going lower following a breakdown of the 65 EMA. It's been getting support from that for most of the morning. We lose 65 EMA. I have little doubt that we might end up seeing it hit the 200 EMA, which is down around 1155.
Okay. Good stuff there. TSSI. It was a while ago, but Ryan, that's the problem with first impressions. You only get to make one. And I have associated this stock with you. Let's hope it goes absolutely bonkers. Jay's asking, did you guys talk 13Fs yet? Yes, Jay, I actually led the show with 13Fs. We talked mostly about Warren Buffett's, Michael Burry's, and Bill Ackman's. I hadn't yet got to Ray Dalio and the gold miners, but otherwise we did cover some of those 13Fs. If there's anything else that you want to cover, I'd be happy to look at some of those. I also mentioned that the live trade that I gave away yesterday on the show here, taking rocket leaps into next year. Value Capital reports a 15.1 million share stake in Rocket, representing 9.9% of the outstanding shares. That happened as well. Let me know if there are any other 13Fs that you want to cover. What I would say is if you want to talk about 13Fs, try to also attach what you think this means, or maybe perhaps where you think the stock is going within the next 12 months. Let's try and tie some predictions to that. Happy to take a look at those stocks. Good question. Okay, next on the list here. I'm sorry, 13. Were you done, or did I run you over there?
No, I'm all done with TSSI. I was only had a few brief comments on a few stocks. So
we'll do them. We'll run through it because we're pressing time. Yeah.
So Capstone Holdings, CAPS, that had just a brief PR. They reaffirmed a $100 million revenue target for fiscal year 2025. And they are currently evaluating multiple acquisition targets at an attractive 4 to 6 EBITDA valuations, with 20 to 45% of deal consideration and non-cash consideration. So for me, that's just keep an eye on what this one does, because I don't know that we're necessarily going to see a lot of movement off of that headline, because it did give some movement earlier this morning. I just have this sneaking suspicion that we might see a return of some volume at some point of the day. So just keep an eye on caps. The other two that I was looking at, GRYP, if you remember, this one has the Trump angle attached to it. They're going to be merging with American Bitcoin. They had earnings yesterday, and I briefly looked at it. It didn't look great to me, but hey, it's trading higher off of it. So there must have been something that I missed in there, because I didn't look at it too closely. That's also moving up this morning, and it might still have more to go. So another one to keep on watching. And finally, QUBT had earnings as well, and that one was also going north when I took a look at it as well. It looks like it's still might have some more room to run. So we'll see if we end up getting that. Also part of a short squeeze here, with 19.11% of the float shorted and 2.8 days to cover.
Okay. Good stuff there. Is that the only ones that you had?
That was it. Yep.
Okay. TGL, Treasure Global. We've seen this one. This is also popping. This one as high as 320. We have traded this one off of the relative volume scanner a number of times. We should be familiar with that. CABA, Cabaletta Bio. Did this one have news? This actually got a price target lower from 17 to 13. The stock price is $2.
Treasure Global, TGL, that reported earnings yesterday, and it looks like it's moving up on their EPS and revenue numbers, but looks bearish now. I don't like the way the chart looks.
Bernhard saying the fear of the root canal is worse than the actual drilling. Yeah, it was. I will say, though, funny story real quick. So first of all, whoever it was, I think it might have been you, that said that be prepared for a ton of vibration and noise and drilling. Yeah, all of that was true. My entire head was ringing when I was done, but it didn't hurt, thankfully. There was one point where he was drilling where, as the drill slowed down, it was a gigantic shock of pain. And he saw me and he goes, "Did you feel that?" And I go, "Yes." And he just whips out the Novocaine needle and hit it again. And that was the end of that chapter, folks. So like I said, Dr. Hong is a G. What?
AMST.
We had covered AMST already.
I know, but keep an eye on it. It's starting to curl up. There's some volume coming in. Just folks in the chat.
Okay. I got something better for you. We will stop talking about Dennis here because we're trying to enjoy our Friday, not hate it. But the Webcoin, I think it was, someone mentioned this here in the chat. Bull, we've got news here. Coinbase and Webull partnering. Pay to power crypto experience.
Somebody was just saying about Webo and I think we were trying to compare the two, that they looked like they were trading together. Remember we were talking about this earlier this week?
Yeah, that was Hood and Coin. That was
That's right.
those
You're
were
right.
other Bitcoin names,
You're right.
but that was true. So first of all, Weeble's the one that is clearly responding to this. What more ferociously? I don't know. It's responding more to this. It's actually spiking here on some pretty good volume in the pre-market. We'll see if Bull gives us a trade. Coinbase also up off the lows here. Looks like Coinbase really kind of tested this 242.5, 240 level yesterday and held. This would be a key level for today if you're going to trade Coinbase. Peen saying, I think Coinbase will buy out Webull eventually. Honestly, I could see that happening. I don't think that's a bad call at all. I don't have a time frame or anything for that, but I don't think that's a bad call at all. Glob is falling here. I love this. The room scanner is popping already.
This news might be better for Bull than Coin, I think.
Globant shares trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q1 financial results, issued Q2 guidance below estimates, and cut its full year 25 guidance minus 32% haircut here.
Oh, what a glob of shit. You brought me on just for this.
Look, I said I was ready for the dad jokes. You did not disappoint. I don't know what else to tell you here.
Oh man! All right, so they had
huge move down here on GLOB.
Yeah, and this was they released this last night. So where are we? Okay, no. Okay, I got
Crow with the anti-dentite Seinfeld reference joke. That is about as crispy as it gets. No, I have mucho respect for dentists. I've just always had bad experiences in my life. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me thing. I don't know. But I'm doing good. We're doing good here today. Okay. The ticker says it all. Glob.
Yeah. I'm going to mention on Archer that's up 7%. That's over $13 now, coming up to a resistance area that I had, I think, mentioned yesterday. Archer, just really great move.
It's cruising, dude.
Breakout of 9. That's what we're looking for.
Yep. You called that one. Who needs Burry and Buffett when we have 13? How do you like that for a compliment? Okay. Is there anything else off this list you want to go over? Virgin Galactic. This popped yesterday in the after hours. It's come back in quite a bit here. Looks like it had earnings, top and bottom line beat. God, EPS, a loss of 238 beat the loss of 250 estimate there. $461,000 in sales. That beat the estimate of 285,000. Sorry?
I said, oh yeah, this company's on fire. I don't want anything to do with Virgin Galactic. Of all the space plays that I've looked at, this is the one I like the least. It is what it is. The idea of space tourism.
Chris, really quickly here, just with the hot take. Space is going to zero, unfortunately, with good grammar there too. I love it.
Sure, I wouldn't disagree with that. I don't think this model is really that great until there's going to be some more demand for space tourism and frankly more disposable income. I don't see how this is going to. God, I hate saying this. Get off the ground. It's just not my favorite space stock. It's heavily shorted. Maybe that's why we're seeing such big moves because it's squeezed on these earnings that I guess didn't have as big of a loss as was expected. Great job, guys. So I just don't like this one. Not for me. Yeah.
Jay Rice, I didn't see any 13Fs on Mullen last night. Have you filed yours, Jay? Okay. You guys had mentioned Archer. We talked about it. Did we cover what you wanted to cover here on Archer, you guys? I feel like you just talked about that.
There was a mention that it was going up. So I think that was all that was being brought up. If there's anything else that you want us to cover with Archer, we've talked a lot about this one before. There's not a whole lot more to say about it. But,
Supermicro, some news from about 10 minutes ago, enters into a strategic partnership under MOU with Data Vault to build hyperscale AI campuses, initially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, plus 4.5% here, SMCI.
Bull is on the move again. I think this thing is going to have a pretty good day on that news. We'll see if I'm right or not.
This one might be a day trading candidate for today. I'm with you on that. Here's Bull.
Yes, Mesmer, we did touch on.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And we shouted out Ryan Milligan on that one. I want to hear how y'all set up your exit strategies for long swing trades. Do we want to do this? Do you want to do this now instead of talking about some charts?
Sure.
Answer Zach's question here.
Do whatever you want.
Okay. So first of all, for swing trades, it all depends on the thesis for me. So maybe the thesis is a particular movement or a particular price. $10 stock goes to 15. That's what I think it can do. That's my thesis. That's my exit target. If that's the case, then I would set up a trade to have a favorable risk to reward. I would generally target 3-1. So when you're trying, if I have a $10 stock and I want to sell it at 15, now I'm looking for 5 points of movement to the upside. If I want a 3-1, I'm looking for what? Maybe $1.25 of downside. That's where I would put my stop, right? 875, 850-ish. If it is a story-based thesis, like Ondas is for me, I don't necessarily have price targets. I have monitoring the thesis to see if it changes and to see if the company is executing on what it should be executing on. The frustrating part about this type of trade is that sometimes, as you have found out, it takes longer than anticipated. And that is part of the problem here. So the exit strategy has changed. I'm still waiting on the thesis, but at this point, it's taken longer than I want. So I'd like to be able to pay myself along the way. In order to do that, kind of have to change around where my cost basis is and put myself in a position to sell earlier than I'd want. For day trades, dude, I'm basically looking at the volume. I am trading off of the tape. If I buy a stock at 150 and it starts ripping 175, 180, 190, bro, I am selling into that strength. There are plenty of these stocks that come all the way back in, and in some cases go red on the day, and I don't want to be in any part of that. Sometimes that leads to me selling early. I've just been able to get over that. You know what? I'm not going to hit the top. I'm often not going to hit the bottom. I'm going to try and make as much money I can in between. You have anything you want to add to that, 13?
I don't really do many swing trades. It's mostly just, day trades and long-term investments for me. Yeah. The long-term investments, it's about percentages. Usually for me, I'm looking for, holding an asset for longer than a year so I can take advantage of the long-term gains.
Mm-hmm.
And when I come up with my exits, it's almost the same when it comes to some day trades, but usually it's based off percentages over time. If I run up too quickly, like let's say 30% inside of a quarter, that's not within my my plan for the stock. I'll cut some of it, where it is. Other times, if it takes a while to make its move to where I'm looking to take profit, it's got to reach a certain percentage threshold for me to want to take gains. And some of them have happened that way. Some of them haven't. It's it is what it is. But when it comes to day trades, I'm literally handing out levels of these things that I see where I would be buying and where I would be selling. So those resistance and support areas, those are where I'm planning to make my purchases and make my sales. So
okay, that was a really good ad there. I gave the example using numbers with the 10 and the 15, but I didn't discuss how we get to those prices at all. The chart will often tell me that on a swing trade. Really good job filling in there. Zach, let me know if that was helpful, if you need more than that. And if anyone else has any tips or tricks for how you exit your positions for long or swing trades, please let Zach know here. Jay Wild, good morning, man. Good to see you. Good mention. Also here, BMGL, ticker BMGL, Basel Medical Group is popping literally as we speak. This was actually up over 40%, back down here to up 19%. This is kicks off 1 billion Bitcoin acquisition strategy. So the proposed 1 billion capital infusion will create one of the strongest balance sheets among Asia-focused healthcare providers, provide unmatched financial flexibility for mergers and acquisitions, establish a diversified asset base to weather market volatility, and position BMGL in a well-capitalized medical group in emerging Asian markets. This is popping on that news. This is volatile as we speak. Again, you can see it. We popped and came right back in. Volume still pretty impressive. This is another mover for the day here today.
Yeah,
Bull
right
is
into some consolidation. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say Bull is also moving. This, just as 13 said, 5 minutes ago, looks like this is going to take out the highs. Well, guess what? We took out the highs here. So this is definitely going to be on deck for us here today.
Yeah, Wibble's going to be a good one, I think.
Mike, I'm glad someone was honest enough to say this. Appreciate you, Mike. The most important thing is to stick with your sale price. I used to hope for more profits, but now for me on more speculative plays, I have a strict take profit zone. Has saved me multiple times. This means that you're learning. This is great. This is what I do a lot. This when I was just talking about selling into strength on day trades, a lot of what you said is why I do that in this. This is absolutely fantastic. I also have a saying that I've adopted from a trader that I've been following for over a decade now. Your first stop is your best stop. Just like Mike is saying, don't get too greedy by adjusting your profit level. If you come up with a thesis and you have a stop and it looks like you're going to get stopped, your first stop is your best stop. If you have to, you can always rebuy.
There's a whole segment we could do about the importance of sticking to your plans and sticking to your rules. You've created them for yourself so that you do not hurt, your account. You do not lose money or get too greedy. They're there for a reason so that you can, make money the way that works for you. So stick to your rules, stick to your plan. It'll work out for you and better than it won't.
Yeah, no question. Amanda here. This is not what I clicked on. Come on, Restream. Amanda, I always pay myself on the way out for a swing, so I usually half the position again and again, and depending on my thesis, I may leave a runner. So another, for a swing or a shorter term trade, something that's not an investment, really any trade that's not in the investment bucket. When my position goes plus 100%, I'm selling half. That you want to talk about a rule? That is just a rule. Reason here is because if I do that, now the remaining position that I have is free. Even if it goes to zero, I can't possibly lose money on that trade. I only break even. Now, of course, I don't want it to go to zero, so I will often put other stops in on that second part. But yeah, just as kind of like an exit strategy rule, this is especially true for options. You guys see me do this all the time. If I have an option position and I get 100% gain on that, just take half off. Just take half off, put it in your pocket, and move on. If you really want to have more exposure, and you did that with an option position, take some of those profits that you just booked, roll them out farther in the chain, maybe at a higher strike, and keep your exposure. Okay.
Talk to other traders, folks. Find out what their rules are, what they're doing. You might find something that works really well for you.
Yeah, and this is why I asked you folks to mention what it is that you do. Kathy here. I set limit orders at 7% profit for at least half of the shares. So I think the important part of what you're saying here, Kathy, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you set that limit order so in case you're doing something else, looking at a different stock, or simply not at your terminal, your order is still going to get executed, and you're not going to come back and be like, boy, I had my opportunity and I missed it. Let me know if that's also part of your plan. That would make sense. Okay. Anthony, I like this one too. We've talked a lot about upside here. Anthony says, I stopped trading when I have 3 bad trades in a row. This is awesome.
Those are the rules. If you cannot make a good day happen, then there's got to be a point where you just tell yourself, I've got to stop. It's not working out for me today. I'll come back tomorrow with a fresh, a fresh market, fresh head, and we'll try this again, and we'll make money this time. That's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Do not try to revenge trade or create more of a hole for yourself.
Yep.
If you've hit your limit for the day, be done. Come back at it fresh tomorrow.
Just like we said earlier, stocks can always go lower. You can always make a bad day worse if you continue to compound your problem. So if nothing is making sense and nothing is working, go do something else. Another reason why having some type of side hustle, probably not a bad idea either. Good morning, Wisdom. It's great to see you. Chris is spamming Apple, which means it's got to be doing something.
It's got a little bit of a move here.
It is. Webcoin said I did that yesterday in reference to stopping trading when it wasn't working. My first red day of May. And Webcoin, look, you didn't make yesterday a disaster, and you're back today with a clear head, just like 13 was saying. As a new trader, this is gold. Thank you, Eric. No problem.
Excellent.
No problem. Zach, tribe is something else. Love the feedback. You came to the right spot, buddy. You came to the right spot. Dugan, ready to go. I know you are, boss. What are you looking at here today, Dugan?
We got 1 minute.
I'm ready to go, dude. I am ready to go. Let's see what Dugan, what do you think about that rocket? How great is our happy hour group for having this entire rocket thesis starting on Monday and Tuesday, and now here on Friday or Thursday evening, we find out that there's a 15.1 million share stake, and our positions go north. How about that? Yeah, awesome.
Good stuff.
Awesome. Also, Hood, is that having a good pre-market? Yes, it is.
Looks like all those names we were mentioning, some are the ones that we didn't have a whole lot of faith in. They are looking like they're turning down a bit here. Top W is one of them. Caps, that I said keep an eye on this one. Not looking to trade this one at all today. Maybe I might, but not interested. Just keep an eye on it. GRYP, this is falling as I think it should have off that earnings report. There is some support down at around $1, so might head to
we're open
there, and we're open. All right, so here we go. Webull pushing up, trying to go to 1350. It's constantly getting rejected at around 1330. So be careful. This might come in a little bit before it goes higher.
That's going to be ticker bull, correct?
Yep. QUBT, that's pushing up to 1085.
QUBT right here. That's breaking.
Yep. TSSI, that's moving up. INZ is moving. That's the takeover one. I don't think that's really moving a whole lot. It should be kind of hanging out around $4 where the buyout is.
Yeah, 395.
Yep.
Virgin Galactic right back to its VWAP.
Okay, so it came back to Earth.
Lol. Cap still range bound from pre-market there. TSSI trying to go to the top end of the range there. I really think 14 is going to be that key spot on TSSI. Chris is long spy here on this pullback.
QUBT ripping.
There is QUBT. This might be a halt risk here.
You're also saying that Rigetti is going. So are we getting a move in all the quantum names?
Rocket plus 5.5% here. Go Rocket. Let's rocket. What was quantum computing shares trading higher if the company reported better than expected Q1 EPS results? Did Rigetti? Didn't we have Rigetti recently? How did that do? Let me check real quick.
Seems like it's a bit of a rising tide situation here with the quantum names.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering. Rigetti is actually trading up here today. Rigetti had a mixed report, right? They beat on EPS, missed on sales. And then we had QUBT here today with a good report. Was this another mix? Okay, mixed. So it looks like 13. It looks like the market is kind of forgiving these sales misses, and maybe rewarding guidance and EPS beats.
GRYP maybe, but GRYP that reversing is trying to go up to the resistance from pre-market. That's going to be at 125. Looks like TSSI. Sorry if you can hear all the noise. I got the lens.
I can't hear anything but your lovely voice.
Oh, wonderful. AMST that sold out of the open, but it's trying to turn around. It has recaptured VWAP. This one, I'm looking for this one to get back above 420. Might trade better if it does.
Wisdom, my first 3 trades are all halted. Hopefully that's a good halt. Wisdom. Core Weave popping here, by the way.
BMGL, that after that pop up to 468, it came right back down, went down to 222.
Google, look at Goog.
Woo! Look at that thing go.
Look at that thing go. Did anyone follow me into those 160 calls for Google that expired today? I'm out of it. I'm out of it before this move. Just wondering if anyone else made some money off of that.
I am a long-term holder of Google, so I will be just staying with my commons.
There you go.
All right, looks like we're getting some back and forth with TSSI. So now top W, this is the one where I was, not liking the way the chart looked, and that went down to the 65 EMA and halted. Still could go down even further. Looks like about 850 could be the next support area, and if that doesn't hold, then 775.
KTTA is ripping here. Lions long the 170 call on Google, so you're doing good here today. All sorts. I've been buying Google bit by bit the last 2 weeks. Looks like this is going well for you folks.
KTTA is the one that had that offering when we were trading, live. That was earlier this week, I think, or no, last week.
Archer maybe over the pre-market high there. Graph, you got a Google spread. Go. You folks are in the right thing. Let's go. Oh, man, that's awesome. AMST pulling now? Yep. Bottom end of the pre-market range. Might be losing it.
Well, it'll get some. It should get some support down at these other EMAs. This one did look like it was one of the better companies that we were trading. So
ARDX, massive rip up to a supply zone here. Or nice. Resistance area, 380 on ARDX. How's UNH doing? You guys are mentioning that one here. Let me check on that.
KTTA over $1. Looks like Bitcoin's trying to recover.
Indeed. NBIS higher, Costco higher. Tesla just absolutely popping off right now. Dugan, I know you got to be excited about this. Look at Tesla. We're breaking out here on Tesla. We need a little bit more. Need that 363.
Getting asked if Walmart is ripping up.
Cash register wing for Lion Atlas on Adobe.
It's got a bit of a move up here, Walmart.
But the tariffs, the prices, the tariffs.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I'm not.
I'm just being a smartass. That's all.
What?
You don't need to seriously analyze when I'm a smartass. Chewy actually looks like that took a bit of a pull there. Caps, I think this one's probably dead money. AMFD, that's a penny stock. I'll probably just pass on that. Space might be trying to go back to orbit.
GRYP still hanging out above its VWAP, looking to take out the 125. That's the level it needs to get above for a run, in my opinion.
Chris opening up a short here in gold. Dugan is trading Tesla via TSLT. That's the 2x levered. Oh my, this is a good day. This is a good day. Man. One up to this entire group. Jonathan Cooper mentioning SMCI. Ooh, SMCI. Watch that 47 and a half there on SMCI.
QUBT is above VWAP, still trying to push higher. 1150 is the session high right now.
Thank you, producer, for keeping me in line here. Guys, please hit the like and subscribe button. The earlier, the better in the show. Let's exploit the YouTube algorithm to try and make this helpful group even bigger and more helpful. And don't worry, if we get trolls in here, we'll take care of them. We want varying opinions, but we don't want trolls, and we'll take care of them. I'll send Wisdom after him. Wisdom will show up talking about tights and stuff like that. It'll be done. Sorry, 13. Go ahead.
Bull is trying to find some support around the 200 EMA on the 5 minutes beneath VWAP right now. Did pull out of the open, looking for some support. I'd be waiting for this one before I took a stab at the upside. MACD also looks like it wants to roll over. Okay. Just I'd be patient with Bull, but it does look like it's going to trade pretty well.
Sorry. Apple, which was popping earlier here, has reversed that. Tesla's still holding higher. Costco kind of slowed down a little bit. NBIS kind of slowed down a little. And 13, that you were talking about Bitcoin recovering, that actually popped higher here, 104,000 on the futures. So that is continuing to move higher as well.
It's coming back in, but it did pop up to almost a 104. Yeah.
Oh, how's Rocket doing? Let's go, baby. Let's 15 is the so just to make sure I got this correct, before you got on, I was talking about the levels that we had mentioned on Rocket previously. 13, 15, and 18. Did I get them right?
13 and 18. I was kind of with 15 and 16 in the middle
Okay.
there. 16 looked like the resistance area.
Okay.
But in the past, I have observed 15 being a real big breakout area. So I just kind of think that range there, 15 to 16, is going to be an important area that it's going to have to try to push through. But those are the areas I'm looking for. But yeah, 18 is the IPO price. So that's going to be, I think, one of the last big hurdles we get over before we start seeing 20 prints.
Okay. Chris here's long Boeing 204.29 on this little bit of a pullback. Remember, we just talked about, Mark, this is going to be his stock of the day. I asked him specifically if it would be all right if Boeing pulled back a little bit or consolidated a little bit before taking the next leg higher here. And he gave you this gap zone up here, about 218 up to 258. I like this. I might take a look here at some 260 calls, and we'll see. I'd love for this to pull back, give me a little bit of the little bit of a discount on those calls. That'd be awesome. I'd be interested in that trade. Lion, sorry, he's mentioned this a whole bunch of times, and I haven't mentioned it yet. So, Ryan, Hume leap calls to start to print. Those were the January 320s. I'd asked you earlier. I appreciate you getting back to me. January 320s there on ticker HUM, Humana. So let's see. Did UNH actually bottom yet? I think that's the $64,000 question. No.
You know, that candle we got yesterday looked like it could have been a bottom or a reversal candle. So just waiting for some confirmation on that. But it just looked like that was like yesterday could have been the bottom or the near term bottom.
And I don't know if you. Sorry.
It certainly could bounce back up and try to recapture 300, maybe a little bit higher. But it still has the potential to go lower. I would say it just looks like it could reverse in the short term.
Okay, we actually talked with Mark. I believe he said this could test 200 when he took a look at the chart. So to your point about this going lower, we actually got a level from Mark on that earlier today.
It was a really nice looking candle though yesterday. I mean, you just look at that daily candle and it's just like, wow, that does look like it could reverse. Jay Rice asking if Archer new highs, shorts in trouble. You know, I think this is one of the squeeze candidates. Well, kind of. 13.17% of the float shorted, 3.16 days to cover. It might squeeze a little bit, but you know, we're still looking for. Let me just get this chart up here. We're still looking for. We want it to hold above 13. Because that 13 was a resistance area that I was looking at. I think I mentioned that yesterday, and we broke through it today. So I would want to see it hold above 13, not too far away from all-time highs either. That's going to be up at about 1650. All of that, all those highs within a very short period of time in February of 2021. We're almost there.
Okay. Okay, good stuff there.
And the market's back and forth this morning. QUBT pulled a little bit, still holding above VWAP despite the pull. See if we get some more movement up and through 1150.
QBTS popped with QUBT, has since come back in a little bit, but is still holding higher.
Yep.
OKLO is popping and running. This is actually above the trend line, I believe. Yes, it is. This is the back above the trend line here. OKLO also noticing SMR moving with that. And actually, SMR has a trend line here that's jumping off the page. And it actually looks like we're trying to break that here today. Tesla pulled back off that initial pop. Chris, looks like you're going long off that Tesla pop. Oh, you know what? Let me add these filters on here. Oh, I know what happened. Let me save this real quick. Let me save this. I know why that's not being saved. Oh, wait, let me check something. Sorry, I'm talking out loud and I really shouldn't even do that. Sorry, 13. Just an idiotic thing for me to do.
Today we get an insight into the mind of Ryan Faloona.
Yeah, you don't want that though. That's the whole point. Like, let's not do that. Okay, we're gonna update this layout. Boom, boom, boom. Save successfully. Cha-ching. All right, should be good to go here. All right. So Tesla basically just reversed its turn there, came all the way back into where it was consolidating in the pre-market. Chris took a long here. We'll see if we get a little bit of a move there.
Yeah, SQQQ having a good morning.
SPY trying to hold on to 590 as we speak. This pullback that we're seeing here, this basically pulled back to where we consolidated in the after hours yesterday.
Yep.
Why is everything pulling back except for CoreWeave? Well, I would say Costco's also not pulling back, just FYI. Sorry, get in there, 13.
Some things ran up in the morning, so they'll probably. Oh, yeah, that was a great mention on top W. Big halt down. It halted down again. Now down to the 200 EMA. This is just a nasty pull. But hey, I think this was a China pump, right? This is expected.
We actually, our first trade on this was an IPO. This was a China IPO. I think we traded this a little bit. I didn't, but I think the group traded this a little bit on IPO day. I got no problem staying away from this one, honestly.
Yeah, TGL, on the other hand, that one sold off down to 209, and it's bouncing back up. Now approaching a resistance area at 250. A lot of sellers up in that area.
HIMS getting mentioned here. You haven't looked at that a whole lot yet today. HIMS trading higher, $54 yesterday. This actually might be well. So here we go, though.
Oh. Izzy's mentioning AFMD. This is a penny stock.
That was the penny stock, yeah.
Yeah. This thing up over 400% now.
There you go, you penny players.
Still beneath the dollar, though. It received a delisting notice earlier this week.
It might as well trade up by 400% then.
Yeah, so I guess that's an opportunity to buy. Now, this will probably end up coming back in. This is actually looks like it's going to be actually delisted. Trading is going to be suspended on May 20th. So next week, folks. Next week.
I would just so much rather trade real companies than that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, let's not screw ourselves. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, like let's pick smart things, or try to anyway. Hood's trading higher,
but Izzy's a gunslinger. If he can capture profit,
hey,
I think I think he's going to.
If any of y'all are capturing profit, I am not going to fight you on that. I want this group to win. I just stay away from penny stocks because I do the opposite of winning, which is losing. ONDS going higher here. Glad we got that. Or I had tweeted my buddy when the earnings report came out yesterday. Sigh. Like, still looks like everything's going well there. Turn things around, on pace for a record quarter, which I'm expecting. It's part of the thesis here, especially this year. And it just sold down. It was like, but better today. Better today. Really happy with Rocket, which continues.
Oh, yeah.
Which continues to push to the highs.
And it looks like Webble's coming back. Just needed to wait a little bit. Got some work to do before it's going to capture some of the highs it put in the pre-market. 1350 was the high there. Looking okay for now, but it needs to hold above VWAP if we're going to see anything higher. Really nice job if you waited.
Mike, so previous comments. So when you guys say thoughts on my previous comment, Jay, you're guilty of this probably more than anyone else. One of the reasons we probably didn't hit the previous comment is because we didn't see it. So then alerting me that you have a previous comment, my very next question is, well, what's the previous comment? Just FYI. BA trading in a channel since early April, looking for a bounce around 202-ish. So Boeing, I'm disappointed in myself because the last Boeing trade I had was decent, and I could have done a better job trading it. If I'm being perfectly honest, I could have done a better job as a trader. Here's what we're looking at. Did we have? No, we've got this bottom trend line here, but I think we also had a trend line like this, didn't we? You'll have to let me know. Pretty sure we had something like this. And then I think I also wanted to do this. Also, I'm going to have to resave my layout. Anyway, so real quickly here, I'll get to you, 13, but real quickly here. As far as Boeing goes, I've got this top of this trend line here as a target. We had that at about 220. I'd asked Mark earlier if we back test this breakout level a little bit, if he thinks that that's possible, because honestly, to me, this would be a long trigger for me. If we were able to back test the breakout spot and hold it, I still think we're probably going to test this trend line. We might even pop above. Mark gave you a scenario here where we maybe fill this kind of gappy area even higher. So this trade actually looks pretty good. I'm not in it yet. I would like to add this here. What did you have, 13? Sorry.
It's been on a massive run since it hit the lows on April 7th. And this is going to need to cool off for sure. I'm looking at the 500-day SMA. That was the area that was providing some of the most resistance, trying to come back up here. It's been, been the level to watch for since last year. I'd like to see the 500-day SMA provide support. So if we end up getting that, that means that somewhere just under 190 would be a good spot. That's just what it looks like to me. Maybe 188, 189. But I'd be keeping an eye on that 500-day SMA for support.
Is this the channel that you're talking about, Mike? Because I think I see where you get that 202 spot from.
Well, he was saying a sideways channel, right?
No, he said BA trading in a channel since early April. Right? This channel goes back. So I'm wondering, I could easily be wrong, but I'm wondering if this is the channel that he's talking about, because I'm trying to understand where he's getting that pullback level from. The one that I see and I'm kind of looking at a little bit more is maybe the round 200 or this breakout level that we had prior.
So you could do a trend line, and I would just say that once we start breaking this trend line, then I think we'll end up, going lower. Start it from like April 7th, draw it through the low of May 7th, and just keep it going. We're approaching that trend line there. Watch for a breakdown of that.
Here's May 7th. Here's the trend line. Let me extend this up. There it is.
Yep.
Just there like it is. Sean, thanks for becoming a member of Zinger Nation.
Welcome, Sean.
Awesome. So I was on the right track. I'm not looking at the SMA, and yes, that's the channel. Okay, that is a extremely steep channel. Yeah. Lion continuing to spam about Adobe. What do you want me to cover here on Adobe so we can move on, Lion? If you take a look at Adobe chart, it has the potential to run to 450 as the first major target and 500 as the second major target. 450 here is basically right in where this consolidated before, where we actually put in an inverse head and shoulders that did not materialize. I've got 465 as the 200-day. I'm definitely going to be curious there. But prior to that line, we got 440 here as a potential resistance area. We'll see if we get above that. Adobe suffering from some of the same things that we have talked about with some of these other stocks here. This thing's overbought. This thing is absolutely overbought, really waiting for this to cool down, consolidate, pull back a little, and reset some of that. That would be great. As far as your upside targets, I agree with them. I like them. I'd add 440, 465 to it.
TSSI approaching the high of the day. Watch for a break. It's 1384 is the high. After kind of going back and forth all morning, it's holding above VWAP, starting to get a little bit more volume. Need a bit more to push through 1384, but if we do, looks like the next resistance area might be around 1418.
Good morning, Smoked Tuna. Great to see you. Do I owe him flowers for NEXN? I can't remember. Did we ever give you those?
Adobe, though, this is still trying to fill a gap.
Came back in a little.
I think this could end up still trying to fill the gap. Despite it being very extended, RSI over 75, I still see a scenario where this could end up trying to push up to that gap fill and then reversing. You have a imminent silver cross happening here. That should materialize next week. I do agree that this is going to need some pullback here. It's been very extended. I think 400 could maybe just above 400, like 404 might be where it pulls back to for support.
Okay, that actually would be pretty sweet. 430 here fills that gap. Remember, Lion's target 450 and 500 as your upside targets there. Lion, you were also mentioning on Boeing, which we were just talking about, you took the leap. What was the strike? Or the strike was 240, right? Let me see if you... Yeah, I bought a 240 leap BA call for March. Okay, thank you. There's the strike and expiry. That's all I need to do is read it, right, Lion?
Bull. Let's get going. Come on, folks. Let's see Bull go.
Sideshow, there is I don't really have like a thing on spamming. I'm more or less joking with Lion. Lion's been around for a long time. He's got some thick skin. He can handle a joke. He was just talking about the same stock over and over again. So it's almost like, like an elbow rib shot. There's no one's breaking any rules. It's Friday, guys. I mean, there's no, this is fine. Everything's fine. I'm just joking around a little bit. Lion gets it. That's it, Ryan. See, no beef. I mean, come on, we're good.
I mean, I hate to say that we're squeezing, but it really does look like it with Rocket. This is one of the things I was on Rocket about. Is it's short interest. I think it's the largest it's ever been. 32.6. I don't think they've had a higher short interest. Pretty close, just at 30%, but this is the highest it's ever been. Days to cover, 5.7. I think this thing could go on a squeeze for a period of time. Might see some pullbacks here and there, but I'm keeping an eye on 15 and 16 because those are going to be coming up pretty soon. We're at 1391.
Dude, preach, brother. Preach. That position, I can't believe it. I'm not used to taking a position and having it go straight up. I'm used to it coming in, sometimes 50%.
It was,
and then working. Good Lord.
It was great timing. Getting in right before Value Act made their 13D filing. We already heard from is it Citadel or I'm sorry, who was the research company? Citron. You're right, Citron. They were talking about them taking a position. We've had all that information from Felicia and the happy hour. I mean, this is we were ready for this.
This is anatomy of a trade, baby. This is I actually feel dirty calling it my idea. I'm doing that like I'm saying my trade because it's easy for me to like say that, and I gave it to you live and all of that. Here's the reality: the entire thesis building was a communal effort. I would not be in this without our community. And let's name Felicia because she has been tremendous. This is not a new thing either. She's been tremendous for multiple years. And now finally we have kind of this thesis taken. We've taken the trade. It's working so far. No early celebrations. Amanda, this comment is just awesome. I built a PDF management tool for our company in 2 hours to get rid of 16 Adobe seats. I can just see you looking at the problem and being like, I have a better idea. Amanda, our resident coder, just getting it done. Dugan asking how my tooth is. I'm good, man. It was not as bad. I credit the dentist completely. He was awesome. He asked me how I was feeling, and he spared no expense on the Novocaine. Can you look at Lily? Jay Harris wants us to take a look at Lily. Let's do that real quick. The other piece of news that I did not cover here today. First of all, let's start with Lily. You got like a million things going through my mind right now. I am not in this, but I kind of think Lily might be setting up for a bounce here. The last time Lily came into its 500 day, we moved from 697, let's call it 700 to 900, 200 point move off of that 500 day bounce. You can see the volume shelves going all the way back to May of last year. We're beneath it. We're pretty much at the low end of the range here. This looks like a good support. 700 looks like a good support here for Lily. This means that if you're going to take a long side trade here, guess what? Trade it against 700. If we lose that, stop out. We just talked about stops. We just talked about protecting yourself. To me, the levels jump out here pretty clearly.
I'd say 800 is going to be the make or break level. You have the 50-day SMA and the 20-day SMA right in that area. Looking to the left, that's been a significant resistance area and a support area going back to the beginning of last year. So I'd think that if it goes up toward 800 and it cannot close above those two EMAs I mentioned, I think this is going to come back in to the 500 and test it again.
The Lily 800 call for July, so 63 days, is $26. That's $2,600 per call. I generally don't trade options that expensive. Damn. Also, by the way, Lily paid its dividend today.
Oh, yes, Izzy, thank you for reminding me. Consumer confidence is coming, and another reason why I thought we could see it.
Is that the Michigan number that's all so. that's all messed up and manipulated? Okay,
sure.
Good to know.
whatever.
I'm being a smartass, dude. I'm glad that you're here with the stats.
The thing that I was interested in that could also help have move rocket was the housing data that we got this morning. That should have been the housing starts and building permits. Yep. So those came in. Looks like they did. The permits came in lighter than expected. Starts came in above expectations. So I guess that nullifies that whole idea. But I was just thinking that rocket might see an additional move if those came in more favorably.
Regarding Eli Lilly here, we also had some news here on ticker NVO, Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk shares are trading lower after the company, LOL. After the company announced CEOs Lars Frugard, Jørgensen. I'm sorry, Lars. Anyway, he's stepping down from his role here. NVO lower. This actually bounced so far. Part of me wonders if this tries red green, down 2.4% here.
TSSI new session high. Looking for that 1517 pre-market high, over $14 now. This is one of the ones I liked. This was the one that had that had cash, is profitable, might be tapped for AI build out, had the earnings, big beats, also had the short interest of 13.18%. Lots of good bullet points here to help this move up.
TSSI, this chart, this intraday looks great. This looks like this wants to take off. I'm trying to get my shading back here. My workaround is not working.
Hey, yeah, the consumer sentiment reports. I know that we can all speculate and talk about. Probably not have to speculate much about how they're manipulated and this and that. All that matters to me is how the market's going to react to it.
Fair enough.
So it doesn't matter if those numbers are right or if you believe them or not. It's all about what the market's going to do.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. And I'm sorry for being snarky. I'm just really excited that it's Friday. And I'm really excited that I didn't expire yesterday. So that's all. I'm just, again, I admit it.
Wow, this top W, man, this thing was just the one to stay away from today. Looks like it's taking raindrops down.
Here we go. Real quick, we were just talking about exit strategies earlier here. Amanda, you've earned yourself a register ring, it appears. Just closed my UNH 200 put from yesterday. When a position gives you $650 in 24 hours, you take it and run. So again, especially with some of these short-term instruments or options, because they decay over time, if you get gains in them, especially a lot of gains, your exit strategy should be pay yourself. Like, don't give those gains back. Looks like Amanda's doing exactly that. Here is the Michigan consumer sentiment number. Michigan consumer expectations for May, 46.5 versus the 48 estimate. The prior read was 47.5.
Okay, so under expectations.
I went under for my root canal. Honestly, Market Sniper, while I was walking to the dentist, I thought about asking him that. I also was thinking about asking him for the laughing gas. I ended up not asking him for either and just took it. Sweet One saying consumer sentiment is just as fickle as business sentiment, which I would agree. Mar is asking, what do you think about MasterCard? Do you think it will reach a new all-time high? So actually, I think that's MA, right? Yep. Here's MA. So actually, I'll give you a more general position. I like MasterCard, Visa, and American Express. Look at these long-term charts. Tell me what's not to like.
Sir, it hit an new all-time high this morning.
Okay, well, maybe I don't buy it today. He's asking me, did he ask me if he should buy it today? What do you think about MasterCard? Do you think it will reach a new? Oh, I see how I'm sorry.
Yeah, it hit a new all-time high this morning.
So yes, I do think that all of these charts look similar on the long-term chart. Like these credit card companies, like they all look similar. I like all of them. I don't necessarily have spots for them. In the past, I've done the best trading Visa, ticker V. This is a great options trade vehicle.
Take care, Lion.
Take care of yourself, Lion. Enjoy your weekend.
TSSI.
It was a great week. I felt like Trump from all the winning. Okay, Lion, enjoy your weekend. Win some more for us over the weekend, and be sure you come back here on Monday. Visa, to me, this is add-on dips, right? Add-on support, add-on dips. I like all three of these.
TSSI. It's making winners, coming up to that 1517 pre-market high.
I'm going to leave this on real quick. BRB.
Sounds good. GRIP getting volume spikes is Jonathan. Yeah, that was also starting to turn up as well. Really does need to get above this 125 level, I think. That's been the resistance since going back into pre-market. We start closing over 125. I think we'll see some of the, well, at the very least, we should see the high from yesterday, which was 138. That would be my expectation if we break over 125. So TSSI looking for a break over 1517 with that one. Let's look at some of these other ones. Looks like AMST, that's went lower, but it's trying to turn around currently beneath VWAP. Top W, this thing is just a dog. Caps, that's more or less lower, but sideways. Let's see if this can turn around. No sign that this is turning around yet, but it is holding above the 200 EMA. QUBT, this thing popped this morning and this kind of went sideways and it's holding that. I need to see another move in this soon, or else I think it'll roll over and come back into somewhere in the middle of $10. TGL, not a whole lot out of this one this morning. Volume needs to be better. Webble, haven't quite broken the pre-market high of 1350 yet. It's kind of going back and forth. I still think this might end up being a good one today off that news. So as long as it can hold the 200 EMA, I have that value at 1278 right now. TSSI knocking on the door of 15. Let's see if we can get some, yeah. Similar, are you hitting TSSI?
Back, sorry.
No worries. And there we go. TSSI just touched through 15, looking for that 1517 pre-market high. This has been one of the better ones this morning.
Yeah, it has. I also have some breaking news. One of our members might be trending on Twitter.
You don't say who.
White chocolate mocha. You are trending on Twitter now. What happened? We got to know.
Did you say something?
I call him out every morning for a long, in a good way. For a long time, I said now that white chocolate mocha is here, the morning can begin, right? Almost like we're having our morning coffee. That was kind of the dumb joke. But now I see him trending on Twitter. I got to know what's going on. That's all. Okay. TSSI earnings today, they were yesterday. They were yesterday in the after hours, but today it is reflecting that print.
Yes. Also slightly squeezing, in my opinion. They had the high short interest. Had earnings, big beats. Company looks good.
Okay. No, don't be sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. No problem at all.
Samel, you're trading TSSI, right? I mean, you're doing pretty well, so that's great.
Yep.
We're glad.
I'm going to bring out another Seinfeld reference. You can stuff your sorries in a sack. I don't even know what that means, and that's okay. ACHR, this has also been a good one. So TSSI, ACHR, that's been a good one. Anyone trading CoreWeave, boy, I can't wait to talk to Adam Mesh. I want to see what he did. Remember, he said he had a condor on this, and I think it needed to stay under 60. Adam is so good and so nimble, though. I'm willing to bet he changed that position. I can't wait to see what he did the next time that we get him.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a slowdown in some of these mover names. Anybody seeing anything that looks good? Looks like Rocket's just kind of setting up to make another move, hopefully through 14. That's been a good one today. One that was really good yesterday was Redwire. That went on a nice run.
Oh, did it?
Oh, yeah. Went from, let's see, we sold out of the open, went down to 1105, and then we ended up hitting a high of like 1340, I think. So that was a pretty good one. Some of those spaces do really well.
Tesla, Chris taking another Tesla long here. God, I really wish I could get this shading back here. Every time okay. 13 from now on, you're going to have to check for news and tell it to the group because I'm not clicking off of this pane since I have my shading back.
Okay.
Just thought you might want to know that. What was I going through here? Chris, another Tesla long here, 345.65, which was our previous entry, and Tesla fell right through it. Okay, so you get another stab here. That actually looks like that might try and go higher. Costco continuing to push the highs.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Amanda, a little bit disappointed in you. When 13 had said that there wasn't going to be a happy hour because of the dentist appointment, you had said he's probably at Costco spending his market profits. And while I love the thought there about spending profits at Costco, because that's what I do, I have been very clear that you do not go to Costco in the afternoon. That is, you are asking for trouble by doing that. So there is no way that is the case. There's no way I would have been there at 2:30 or 3. I would rather pry my eyes out with spoons.
TSSI it has now beaten the pre-market high, 1533. I think this was the one for the day.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that.
Good moves in that one.
And actually, we're approaching that pre-market impulse high from the opening here. I have that value 1517. We were 2 cents away. Mike saying, this is amazing, up 100% on TSSI and Walmart calls. What did we just talk about strategies? Yes. When you get to 100%, peel half, the rest of the trade's free. What did we just say? Sanctuary cities, Costco doesn't open for 3 hours. You must be on the West Coast.
Bitcoin with a couple of nasty candles here over the past 10 minutes.
Amanda, I'm a terrible friend. So sorry. You can stuff your sorries in a sack, Amanda. Oh, that's funny. Oh my God, Portillo's at the highs. Is the new Pope going to be the blessing that we needed to liquidate this position?
Well, then it'll be Pope Tillos.
Pope Tillos. Across the streams. Oh man, I would love to be able to get out of this position and redeploy this capital elsewhere. This one's I've been holding for too long.
Okay, I got to do something real quick here because this.
Yeah.
But if TSSI is going to do what I think it's going to do, then we're going to start talking some stupid levels.
Okay, well, get those stupid levels ready. Let me cover a couple of things here real quick. Scott saying, Ryan, Ondas looks like it may have found a bottom yesterday. Nice move on volume this morning. Indeed, let's hope so. Like I said, I've been in this trade for years, guys. I've been in this trade for years. And yes, I have been wrong on that. My first buys on this company was when it was $11. I bought 100 shares at $11. Okay. So I've been following this for a number of years. Yes, I do think the bottom has been formed. If you take a look at the daily chart here, I think this is pretty clear. This is right here. This visualization right here is why I was, when you guys were asking me when it wasn't working, especially when it came in from this huge run, why I was saying I was adding in the 60-cent range. Look at this. This is 67. Every time it gets down here, it bounces. I felt good about that. I still feel good about that. I still have a long-term view on this. This is a slow-moving trade for a company that's trying to ascend, and I think it has the potential to do that. I really do. Now, Jay here going on to say something else here. Ondas, Jake at TrendSpider talks about this name a lot. I think he's loaded up about 400,000 shares. This is correct. First of all, I don't think Jake is at TrendSpider anymore. That's neither here nor there. I love Jake. I have been following him for a long time. I had the pleasure of interviewing him during COVID about some of his positions, hearing his trader story. I think he's a sharp dude. I think he's excellent at charts. I mean, I really like 13, but I think Jake is right up there with charts. And I don't, just to be very clear, I don't have a position his size. Okay. Near 400,000 shares. That is a huge position, even on an 80-cent stock. I don't have a position that big. It is one of my biggest positions, but it's not as big as him. He's done a really good job sharing charts for Ondas. If you don't follow him, I think you should. He also has reached out to the CEO on Twitter, and the CEO has responded. So shout out to Eric Brock, or former CEO. Shout out to Eric Brock for actually interacting with the community in a non-snide way. That's awesome. I feel like we need more of that. So shout out to both of these guys. I don't view this as a negative, Jay. I have my own view, my own plan on this. But yeah. Yep.
TSSI, stupid levels. This thing might see 19, maybe a little bit higher following some pullback. This had a nice past 20, 30 minutes running up to 1571. I think that a little bit of a pullback is warranted. Following that, let's see if we can get up to some of those crazier levels. That's what I'm anticipating now. So after we get some pullback, some cooling off, I'd like to see this push higher through 1571.
Smoke Tuna saying, Ryan, Portillo's, if you have held all this time, it makes a recovery. I would let it run. Big run will come later. Smoked tuna, you are correct, but I'll do you one better, my friend. Not only did I hold it for a long time and have a lot of despair about doing that, I actually was able to add pretty substantially in the $8 and $9 handle. I was able to significantly reduce my cost basis here. One of the reasons why I really want this to get towards that 18-20 is because I will peel a significant portion, get a whole bunch of my capital back for redeploying, and actually make some money off that chunk. But believe me, you're absolutely right. I am definitely going to hold a chunk here because I do believe that there will be a big run later. The thesis on this stock is still the same. You know, they've never closed a store. Think about that first. They're currently in a 600 store expansion out west. They've never closed a store in their history. They have a higher per ticket order than Chick-fil-A. Like the company, like it's good. And the other thing about their store expansion is that they target the new stores based on where they have high orders, mail orders for their product. So they're doing the right things. It's just taking forever. And I think the CEO is a little bit sleepy. I'd actually love for him to get replaced. I love to see that there's more coverage on the stock now. And I love that there's some type of activist involved in it. That's awesome too. So I'm with you on that, Tuna. I am definitely going to hold a trailer here, but I am looking to lighten this considerably around 18 or 20 so that I can just free up more capital. That's all. Yeah, Jay, I wasn't insinuating that. I just wanted to add as much context as possible. If I'm going to talk about somebody else out there, I want to add as much context as possible because I don't want it taken out of context and then all of a sudden had beef when I had no intention of having beef. So again, I'm just adding more context when I mention somebody else's name. I feel like that's the polite thing to do. What do you got on TSSI? Mama Bear, we were talking about Portillo's. Well, and sorry, 13, I've interrupted you like 4 times. I'm sorry. Last time, I promise. Marty here is saying Portillo's has a sandwich named the Leo after the Pope. They serve it with Popesy Cola. That's hilarious. I also said that people are weird about the Pope thing and the fact that this is the first American Pope and he's from Chicago and he loves Italian beef. Like maybe that's bullish for it. We'll see. Again, fingers crossed on that.
Maybe they have a plan to release some Pope Boy sandwiches.
Richard saying quality has been amiss in Crestwood. You're not the only person to say that. There's some of their individual stores have been hearing that, Richard. That's actually good. New Pope is dope. Sorry, 13. What was that?
Oh, just another dad joke. But TSSI, looking for this one to come back in after it had this nice run up to 1571. Going to need to see that cool off a bit if we're going to get to these crazy levels. So this pulls back a little bit, maybe down to VWAP. That'd be healthy for this stock to try and make its next move up there. No guarantee we hit these stupid levels, but just something I'm watching for now.
Tesla, this went lower here. It looks like it's trying to bounce off that 343. Dugan trigger pulled on 95K of Tesla. Whew. QUBT.
Breaking out.
Oh my. So are the rest of the quantum names breaking out? Let's take a look at Rigetti. Nope. QBTS, that one was moving earlier.
It should, yeah, it's still going.
That one's still going. That one broke out, and it's
that
still
one did
going.
an uptrend.
Yeah,
you could do the same thing with this one that you did with Boeing.
Yeah, 1250. We got 1250 prints yesterday, and that immediately reversed and went red. Remember that? We're approaching that level again. Watch 1250 here.
Yes, that might be either a breakout spot or a resistance area. I mean, it's a resistance area, but that might be where it breaks out if the volume continues to be good.
Amanda saying that she's looking to short AMD. So I appreciate Jay Rice yesterday we had someone saying that AMD was going to double yesterday alone. I can't fault someone for having an opinion, but ridiculous opinions are still ridiculous. Jay, I appreciate you trying to put his money where his mouth was. He, of course, did not do that. Amanda here, looking to take a short, looking to go the opposite direction. Can you look at the chart? Here you go. So the first thing here with AMD is that sure looks like, let me actually adjust this trend line here. Sure looks like we're kind of at a resistance point. Look at that. Looks like we kind of found some resistance at that trend line. We might try it again here. I think then chart-wise, Amanda, if this stays under 119, you probably have maybe a move back down. We're still in that trend. Let me actually put a parallel channel on here, 13. Do you have anything on AMD?
Well, I still think that they are being more appreciated than NVIDIA right now as far as the graphic card space goes. But
I'm with you on that. But the
The AI
real
business?
mover in the stock price here is the AI angle.
Yeah. So we'll see if that continues to get the growth that everybody hopes it does. TSSI, that might be trying to push into a new session high here.
What really quick, Amanda, for your short, if we do hold at the bottom, if we do hold and don't break above the top end of this channel here, and we do a regression back to the mean, I would put a target at about 85.
Now, is this short because it's been on a pretty large run and it's very extended?
Good question, 13. What is your thesis there? People have forgotten that they hate AMD. Got to be more to the thesis than that. But let me know what else you see here in this. Dazzy saying some Portillos near Chicago are doing breakfast with Polish egg sandwich. Dude, those are so good. Don't even. Oh my God. Now I'm hungry. I didn't know that. That's cool. AMD
looks bullish to me long term. Short term, I could see that it needing to cool off because it's had a nice run, like a lot of these stocks had. But long term, I'm bullish on this.
Kathy, I love this. CoreWeave, I will add to on any pullback. I'm thinking that a partnership with Google is imminent. I love when people make calls ahead of time. That's awesome. If this happens, you can expect a ton of flowers, Kathy. Let me know which ones you like. Amanda here regarding AMD, I put on a 105, 110, 115 put fly. It only costs 50 cents, and I think it'll get sticky at 110. You mind if I follow you into that fly? That actually sounds interesting. All right. My God. Restream, what are you doing, dude?
QUBT's knocking on the door of 12. There's a bunch of sellers right there. They just got taken out. 12.02 was the print.
That was on QUBT?
Yes, sir. Oh, look, Top W might have actually started to find the bottom at $5. Not touching it.
Dugan, Tesla's trading up here. And I actually see some Tesla call flow. Let me really quick, let me answer this question. Samel asking AMD call options. No, this was a put butterfly. This was her trade. Put butterfly, the 105, 110, 115 put fly, and it cost 50 cents.
Excellent stuff, Joe. Joseph Schmo just got out of QUBT with 100% profit.
Boom. That gets a register ring then. Boom. Dugan, register ring for that Tesla call, given that trade live there. Tesla immediately rebounding. Chris, how are you doing on your Tesla long? Did you average down a little bit there? Because this thing's working now for you.
June 20 expiry on those on that butterfly from Amanda. I think that's what she's referring to as the butterfly.
Yeah, she is. And I wanted to follow into that. Oh my gosh, we were having a better day than anticipated today. We'll take it. All right. So you said that was the June. You know what? I am just straight up. I'm gonna follow you into that. I'm gonna do that. Let me get this trade put together here.
QUBT pushing into 12.20. Nobody that sold with profits, don't get the FOMO because you nailed this. And this can do whatever it wants now. Just enjoy the show. You've got your money. Don't get FOMO. Is he saying Fubo? And others are also mentioning Space, Virgin Galactic, SPCE. That's at 41%. This thing is probably squeezing. Yeah, that's what this is doing.
Amanda, so that same fly is a 59-cent debit for me. Let me see if I can pull Anne Marie's trick and try and put out a low bid in there. See if we can get that for 55 cents. Let's see if we can do that here.
All right. Looking for TSSI to make another move over 1571. It's looking like it's setting up to do that, but volume needs to not be fading like it is. So if we get one more good push in volume here, I think we're going to see higher side of 1571. Don't think that we'll get to any of these dumb levels yet, though. Maybe that's going to be later in the day.
Okay, I'll let you know if I get filled on that. Thank you, Amanda, for sharing your trade. Also, my producer's telling me that Jake is one of the most subscribed accounts on all of X. Like I said, dude, he deserves that. He's really good at what he does. Jay, my favorite 13F from last night was Druckenmiller's new position in Pi. I'm trying to buy any pullback. It's a wicked thin name, ticker PI. Okay.
Yep. Floats 14.5 million. Got a high short interest. Squeeze
And an extremely illiquid options chain.
Interessante. Hold on a second. Did Marjorie Taylor Greene
holding on
this?
To what?
Yes, she did. Marjorie Taylor Greene bought the hell out of this stock over the past few months. It's interesting when she bought it. She bought it May 5th, April 4th, and March 3rd. So 03, 03, 04, 04, and 05, 05. That's when she was buying this. Something's up. Chase from State Farm.
New highs on QBTS. Oh, I clicked on QUBT. Well, there's new highs on that too. Is this halted? Chewy new highs, by the way, for those of you watching that trade's working. This is not halted. I beg your pardon. This is up near the highs. 1238, your high print. It actually looks like it might try and take that out. Oh, that's right. Yes, it was not MTG buying that. It was not Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember, it was her financial advisor.
Right. Right. Well, her financial advisor sucks because if you've seen the position she's been taking in NVIDIA, she was underwater for such a long time.
Yeah, she was. I'm still, by the way, R or D, it doesn't matter. I'm still in favor of banning all members of Congress from stock trading. Smoke Tuna says he DM'd me on Twitter. Smoke Tuna, unfortunately, my Twitter app closed and I didn't realize it till right now. Let me check. No wonder I haven't checked the Twitter streaks yet today.
Tom, I'm just looking at the dates when she made those, or her broker made those purchases. We have that feature for government trades. So just look there. She's the only one that was buying. All right, TSSI, are you gonna make the move now? I think it'd have to come here if it's gonna do it. Just need more volume.
Smoke Tuna, it would appear that the last message I had from you was May 9. Oh, new messages just popped up.
GRYP trying to still take out that 125. That has been the bane of this stock's existence this morning.
Yes, Smoke Tuna, I did get that. Thank you. That is on Pi.
Getting a little pull back here with QUBT. That's unfortunate that Webull didn't work out. Maybe it works out later, but this thing is coming almost right back to where it started.
What's happening with Coin then? That is my question.
Well, it's probably because
it's working out for Coin.
Yeah, but you have that's the thing. Like Coin is tied to Bitcoin more than Webull is. Like
no question.
More than it is. So would you have these moves in Bitcoin? Like right now, it's rising. So Coin's going to be rising, but as soon as this starts pulling, I imagine Coin's going to do very much the same thing. All right.
Rocket looking like it still might test 14. But sometimes, like I said earlier, it's better to be lucky than good. The timing was incredible on that.
Being asked, where do I think QBTS goes from here? Let's take a look. Well, I mean, I would think it's got to come back in. This has been a really nice run that it's gone on this morning. But let me, oops, shoot, I just did something I didn't mean to do. All right, there we go. So from here, like I said with Boeing, do a trend line, because this is just in a parabolic trend right now, and it's very.
Okay, I'm going to do it on. I'm not going to do it on my main chart, so you may have to give this one again. I really don't want to get rid of my shading here. So, where am I drawing the trend line?
Well, we're talking about QBTS, and I was just saying, just like we did with Boeing.
Oh, just like Boeing. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
We're going to be drawing the trend line now. If you look at a 5-minute chart.
Oh. Okay.
I'm starting with the 940 low, and I'm taking it up through the 10 o'clock low, and just running it up through that. We break that trend line, I think that we're going to start coming in. I'm looking at the daily chart now, and $12 has been a resistance area, and we're kind of making some higher lows every time that we make these have these rallies. So I think this is about the spot where we might see QBTS begin to turn around. If you draw a trend line from the December 27th high and the March 17th high, and just keep it going, you see that we're trying to push through this trend line, and I think that a rejection might be coming. It's just very extended. I think this needs to come back in.
Okay.
$12 looks like it might be a good support, but that's only 48 cents away.
I sold puts on coin yesterday. They will be 0 today. There you go. All right, you guys are talking about Fubo with some news. We can take a look at that. I did draw all of those trend lines, by the way, on QBTS.
Cool.
So we'll have that ready if we need to come back here. Fubo is ripping. You'll have to tell me what the volume is. I'm not changing to my news tab. Sorry. Rocket. Continuing to test. We'll go Kathy asking thoughts on Sezzle. So I think that the easy money was made on Sezzle. This was, again, a Tim Melvin pick long ago. I feel like this really needs to cool off. Look at this epic double top that we're up at here. If this pulls back, maybe holds around 80, I'd consider a swing long.
Simo, it sounds like you're asking if coin would be good for a kind of a scalp. Maybe, but that's, how you're going to trade it is going to be up to you. It seems like it's got some pretty good movement. It just depends on what Bitcoin does. Yeah, it looks like this could go higher, but I don't know what it's going to do today. Maybe next week, but I really can't give you any advice on how to trade this. But it does look like there's still more room to go, maybe up to 300, where it might find better resistance.
Boeing said to no longer plan to plead guilty in crash cases.
Okay.
So that means I don't think you're going to get easy settlements and easy write-offs from that. I think they're going to plan to fight that, and I don't think they do that unless they think they can win. Just my 2 cents.
TSSI not giving this move back up through 1571, or we're just needing to be a little bit more patient, but the MACD is starting to curl. Looks like GRYP trying again at 1.5.
Ooh. That might have been a shorter term trade. Yeah. So I think someone just cashed out of a bull short, 1,320 contracts, the 1350 put. So I think that they bought that on the spike up and just closed that trade. I think that was just a short term regression back to the mean trade there. IONQ puts getting bought. That's the first from the quantum bucket that I'm seeing puts getting bought on this move higher. IONQ actually not doing as well as some of the other ones that you guys are mentioning.
TSSI losing its volume. It needs to come back if we're going to get this move up through 1571. Still holding, it's still well above the VWAP, so it has that going.
But this has turned into a massively good day.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Like all of my positions are moving higher. iPower, Ondas, Portillo's, Rocket, Chewy, they're all going higher.
Well, maybe we'll get a big pull at the end of the day.
Let's not knock me off my high horse right now. I mean, it's early in the day. Like, we're having fun. Like, why are you going to do that?
Hey, look.
I'm joking around.
Even if you're on your high horse, I'm just trying to make sure you don't get bucked off.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
Now we're starting to get some volume in TSSI. Let's go, buddy. Come on.
And actually, now we actually have a trend line we can plot on here for any future afternoon moves that might materialize.
It was above 15 briefly. It just really just needs more volume so we can go higher. But if we don't get it, then we're coming in some more. Bull, on the other hand, that looks like it wants to try and take out VWAP. I have that value at 1289.
Why is your horse getting high? We're having a good day, man. It's Friday. We're almost at the end of the day. The weather's supposed to be great this weekend.
And
we're going to do some golfing.
And it smokes cannabis.
My horse smokes cannabis. That is news to me.
It's a high horse.
Well, I probably shouldn't ride it if it's all stoned out of its brain.
No, you only have half horsepower now. Bull is still testing that VWAP, coming up to it. Meta really struggling, says Joseph Schmo. Let me see here. So yeah, this, like all these other stocks, it's gone on an amazing run from 480. Was it 481? No, I'm sorry, 479. It just went underneath 480 briefly. Went all the way up to 664. That's a nice run that it had. So I would think this needs to come off a little bit. What's up?
Nothing. I was just reading. I wanted to go over the chat here. I guess I'll just repeat this comment. For you guys who think Burry is good, his returns have been awful since his mortgage call. He sold his Chewy at 25. Jay, I was asking earlier here when you were on the other show down the dial, saying that when is the statute of limitations on good calls? Because I went over an article here today where it's like Michael Burry, who was famous for correctly calling the market crash in 2008. What's the statute of limitations on that?
When it ends.
When what?
When the play is over.
Okay, that play has been over for a long time.
So what has he done since then?
And that's, I think, the point Jay's making.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Okay. So we're all on the same side. Just making sure.
Yeah, I mean, he had this one. Remember that one call from that one time that one guy did? Let's all listen to what he has to say. It's silly to me sometimes.
Here, and this is what, for those of you that joined late here, Chris is saying, did you guys hear who just got shorted in NVIDIA? Well, because they were here, Chris, indeed they did. The 13F report revealed significant portfolio adjustments, including Scion taking a substantial bearish position on artificial intelligence leader NVIDIA, ticker NVDA, through 900,000 put options.
And
yep.
All we know is that he's done it, but there's been no comment as to what his thesis is. Right?
I don't talk to him, so I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just saying, there's been no articles or any recorded comments from him. So we don't know what his thought is on NVIDIA. We just know that he's taking a large short position.
Correct.
Okay. That's not enough for me. I need to know more info. I would like to know more. Remember from Starship Troopers? I would like to know more. Yep, TSSI, I'm watching it. We're starting to get that volume to come back a little bit now. Looking like it wants to test that 1571. GRYP, still dealing with that same area. Very annoying. QUBT has come down to 12. This is where I was looking at for some support. Maybe this has some more fuel left in it, but volume is starting to leave the market. We're already past the 1030 marker for when we have observed volume to leave the market. So if this doesn't hold 12, I don't think I'd be surprised that we start trading lower. There's going to be plenty of opportunities in this, next week and maybe even later in the day for some of these names. So if you're going to be coming around and trading in the afternoon, should see some of these names do better then as well.
We're hoping anyway. Pete, I don't know when the statute ends. It's kind of like Berkshire. They're still pumping money into Siri, SIRI, one of the single worst investments of the past 20 years. I guess the long game is 100 years.
I don't think that's a bad investment at all. I think you got to take a closer look underneath the hood with Siri.
You might have different. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'd love to see you go after Pete right now. That'd be awesome. Just kidding. But I think that you have a different time horizon than the one Pete is referencing here of Berkshire.
What's Berkshire's time horizon?
Well, I think that's what he's saying here. They've been in this for a long time, and it hasn't been great. And I think what you're realizing are new things that make it an attractive trade that didn't necessarily fit into the initial thesis. I think. Again, I don't want to speak for Pete because I'm not trying to do that.
Well, you say they've had it for a long time. I don't think they've had it for even a year yet, and they hold for much longer than that. Let's find out.
Von Rivera. That's almost like a playoff Ron Rivera, right? The football coach, former Bear. Love that. Do you guys keep trading after the stream ends at 11? Yes, in a lot of cases we do. I would say I do most of my active trading during this stream, though. It depends what the day's like. Like, don't forget, like, I have a job that I have responsibilities that I have to do throughout the course of the day. So I love that one of my responsibilities is I'm supposed to hang out with you folks here every morning. I'm super thrilled about that. But a lot of the times, most days after the stream ends, I take care of other stuff. I also exercise because that's better for my mental state. I will every day I'm in for the close and most of Power Hour, if not all of Power Hour. I'll set alerts and I'll often check in the afternoon if something gets triggered. So what I will say is I'm not as active, Von, but yes, we do.
So Sirius XM Radio was picked up by Berkshire back in 2016. They sold it. They sold that whole position. They started a new one most recently in October of 2024, and they've been adding to that since then. That's what I have here is their new holding, 109 million shares. October 9th, 2024. So they've been in and out of it. Looks like SMCI is getting hammered right now.
That was trading higher this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No. Okay, so this is, it's still up 5.3%, but you're absolutely right. This is pulled off of its high and plunged through VWAP. GLXY. I don't know what that is, my man, but it just busted my chart.
GLXY, Galaxy, or yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's saying here. Added to the NASDAQ today, a Bitcoin and Sol proxy.
Oh, I didn't even look at Fubo to tell you. Let me take a look at that. Got some news on a merger. Multi-year agreement distribution on Fubo Sports. That's why it's moving. Well, no, that's not why it's moving today. That was from Tuesday. I don't know why it's moving today.
Nice job, Mike. Well done on your trade there.
What did he trade? Oh, nice. On TSSI.
Oh, the TSSI leaving a trailer on there. Love it.
Look at the SQQQ going today.
Yeah, so market here is at 590. Tell you what, it's really kind of pressed this 590 spot a few times here. So we'll see if this holds. 588 or 87, I think was the level I gave you earlier. So here's SQQQ. This is moving. You know what that makes me think of, 13. Where are we at with TQQQ? How far from a setup are we? VWAP here, 70.74. We're down 70 cents. So we need about another 70 cents, frankly. And we should be good for entry here, TQQQ.
Yeah, that's really beelining away from that VWAP. Rocket Lab, TGL, Bull. Yeah, Bull just didn't give a whole lot this morning.
around here. What time is it? Okay, we got time.
It's-
Let me check the schedule.
Yeah, volume's really started to just not show up anymore. Maybe everybody's starting their weekend early.
I don't blame them. We will keep. I'm actually going to throw TQQQ on another chart so I can keep one eye on it no matter what, because that might set up for an afternoon trade. As far as the SPY, here we go. Here is your SPY level. So we basically gave up the pre-market gains here today. We're sitting here at about 590-ish. 585 is the level that I would really want it to hold today. 585. And remember, a move back down, like some sideways action here would be ideal if you want this to go higher and maybe set new all-time highs, in my opinion. And so the fact that we're trading down here, I'm viewing this as a good thing. If we break down and selling accelerates, that's a different story. But right now, where we're at, I think this is good. I don't have any problem with what's going on right now. And you tell you what, if I get a TQQQ entry based off this, giddy up. I'll take that too. I just got a ping from my app that said it's time to watch TQQQ or enter an option position. Amanda, why haven't you emailed me yet with the specifics of said app? Jay Harris asking for TQQQ bounce. Maybe. But remember, the bounce spot that we have really been looking at for this has been $1.50. VWAP here, 774. We're at 69.83. We're $1. We need another 50 cents here. We need TQQQ at about 69.30, 69.40. Izzy's buying the dip. He's not waiting. He's just buying the dip. Mike says, dude, everything is selling, and then there's Walmart swimming upstream. But the tariffs, Mike. The tariffs.
Yeah, Pete, I said that his first trade was in 2016. He sold in and out of this. I don't know if what you're viewing is showing you where he sold, but he's been in and out of this. He's sold since he started in 2016. Now, he just recently had the biggest pickup back last year, the 109 million shares. But he's been in and out of this. Now, maybe he didn't completely sell his entire position, but he has been selling.
Rocket might have stopped right up there. 1392 is your high print. That 14 area might be the intraday top here today.
Look at SQQQ, just hit 24.
Just backed off that spot.
Let me see what the TQQQ is at. Let's see. Just about $1 away, starting to bounce.
UNH did go red. Good call there, Jay. Watch. So next levels here for UNH, 251, 250, the bottom from yesterday. We also talked about 200. Mark Petrino this morning talked about 200 as being a level. UNH. Jay, how are you trading UNH? Are you? I can't remember. You're bearish on this, right? So are you loading puts here at all?
Yeah, we were getting a little bit of I don't even want to say that this is the turnaround, but because it's only was like $1 away from its VWAP, but it seems like the TQQ is trying to recover.
Yeah. And here's the other thing about this little strategy that we've been talking about here. If I miss some of these, that's okay. I'm certainly not going to complain if I miss on a Friday. Like, I wouldn't mind hitting the driving range this afternoon, to be honest with you. You're not trading UNH, Jay. Let me know if you do take a position in that. I'm curious. And someone asked about Lantheus earlier. They asked 13 as if it was stock 13 follows. I should have asked Jay. Where are you at with Lantheus now on all of this? Because I know we talked about this thing and its pullback here. It really kind of looks like it's consolidating just shy of 80. Yep, look at this. Look at the area this is at, Lantheus. Let me know what your thought is here on this. Did you add to this? This looks like an ad spot on the daily chart. That's what it looks like to me right there.
Is this a healthcare insurer or is this like equipment?
I can't. I don't want to click on overview. Can you do it on yours? I really don't want to lose my shading, dude.
Yeah, it does look like it might be equipment, but I just don't have it. I need a little bit more time to see exactly what this is, but this looks interesting. Got some nice short interest.
Ryan, are you taking the laptop to the driving range? No. So, Izzy, it's actually funny that you mentioned this. I know you might be joking here a little bit, but I'm going to give you a serious answer. You ready? So, I take my phone because my driving range is a TrackMan range, which means I have an app that tracks every one of my balls, tells me how far it's going, allows me to select my different clubs. I can kind of dial in my distances and all of that. So, I have my phone literally sitting on a stand in the tee box on the driving range. I got alerts set. My Thinkorswim app alerts my phone if I need to. Nothing right now. I'm waiting. Okay. Appreciate you, Jay.
QUBT back over 12, trying to come back up here. TSSI also looks like that's starting to get a little bit movement back up to that 1571 session high. Some of these are starting to put in a little bit more movement, but still very low volume. Man, that I guess the dollar was the spot for TQQQ.
Yep. And you know what? I missed it. Okay. That's okay. I'll get it next time. Judge, take care of yourself. Have a great weekend, buddy.
INTH has been hovering there for a while.
LNTH, Lanthius. Yeah, it's right at that support area. It has been there for a few days. I actually didn't take options on that, but I wanted to.
Yeah, just kind of like waiting for some of these movers to move a little bit more. Really would like to see TSSI move over that 1571 and go to 16. I'm not trading anymore. I think a lot of that good movement was earlier in the morning. Maybe there's some more good movement coming. But that was it for me. And that's fine. If people want to start taking their weekends early, can't blame them. It's been a fun week.
I can't either. Yeah, I really can't either. I'm not going to blame anybody for that.
Oh, excellent job, Jay Harris.
Doesn't that app yell 4? Does that app yell 4 when you slice it 40 yards? No, it doesn't. Now, thankfully, knock on wood, now that I said this, I'm going to have a hell of a weekend. I've been able to correct my slice, Jay. I really kind of figured it out, if you will. The one thing the app does do, it has these big nets on the side. And on the left-hand side is a very busy street. And on the right-hand side is a parking lot. So you are responsible for any damage you create with your golf balls. And if you pipe one over the net, and I know from experience, it warns you. And it says, if you continue to do this, you will be stopped from being on the range. So, no, it does not yell 4. It warns you that you're effed if you keep doing this.
No, Jay, I didn't see that. Interesting.
I mentioned that yesterday in the morning rundown because it was on the morning report. But I didn't trade it. It got obliterated.
Yeah, what even is this thing? It's patented autonomous last mile platform.
Now I see.
So AI UPS. Is that what this is? Yeah, so the platform provides real-time tracking, smart logistics alerts, and advanced chain of custody controls to support shippers, delivery services, and autonomous networks.
Boeing near a deal to avoid prosecution.
Oh.
So I had reported to you earlier, I had seen on Twitter here that they were not going to plead guilty. Well, it actually looks like it's even better than that. Boeing to avoid prosecution in crash case. That comes from Reuters, by the way. UNH down 8 days in a row going into today.
QUBT approaching the session high. Looks like this wants to take it out. There it is, new high.
Have a great weekend, RL. I'm leaving for my vacation to South Korea. This winnings paid for my trip. Oh, good night from Singapore. Everything about that is awesome. We'll be here when you get back. Be sure to check in with us. Enjoy your trip. Kevin, thank you. Have an excellent weekend. I wish you a great weekend as well. We'll talk to you next week. Actually, sometimes I see Kev's tweets from over the weekend, so you're awesome.
It's just a massive reversal with the directional ETFs.
Look at the TLT. Shout out to Chris, who was shorting this earlier. Chris,
Here we go.
That one.
Perfect. There goes TSSI. That's what I'm talking about.
Right through the trend line that we drew. We have another register ring. Boy, we just handed out register rings here left and right. What a good day.
That's what I wanted to see. Well, I can go into my weekend now with a smile on my face. That's all I wanted to see. So I just want to see that next move there from TSSI. Do whatever it wants now. You can go to those crazy, stupid levels and come back in. Just wanted to see it break of those highs. QUBT is still going. That's at 1261. Top just can't seem top W just can't seem to shake the halt vest. It's going sideways and it's still halting. Excellent stuff, Jay Harris. Jay Harris nailed it with the calls.
Nice job. Here I'll hand out register rings. Jay is mentioning 13. I've seen 2 or 3 sell programs this week like we just had. They seem to get gobbled up every time, just like they were again here today. I have to ask, when at the driving range, do you try and hit the golf ball cart? Michael, absolutely. Everyone knows that you get bonus points in the form of free drinks if you hit that little dude driving the cart picking up the golf balls. I aim for him. Sometimes what I really like to do, I like to take out my 4 or my 5 iron and really kind of flight that ball low to the ground, try to pelt it right in the windshield. Yeah, son, we do that. We out here doing that.
They should put a target on the side of that vehicle. If you hit it, you get a free beer. Izzy, I've traded TSSI.
I have not. I've been doing more swing trading than anything here. I have not. I did put an order out for the AMD put butterfly, but it did not get filled.
Jonathan, you are correct. GRYP finally with that 125 break. Now it's got to deal with 130 and 150. I see that large concentration of sellers at those levels.
And also, Izzy, I entered the rocket swing trade via Leaps yesterday on the show. No change to that. Haven't sold any Ondis as we're not above $1 yet. We'll see if that happens later today. Friday is my least active trading day. My least active.
Well, we'd like to see Rocket turn back up again after this tested VWAP.
Chewy did the same thing. It came back into VWAP and turned up. See if Rocket does the same thing. Michael. Izzy, how did you do today? You did Uber and did you do Uber? And, no, I think you said you were waiting Uber out. Sorry. How did Amazon do today? Not a good mover like it sometimes is.
I did do a brief trade in Webull after that bounce we had around 10:30. It was just quick in and out. I didn't make a whole lot of that. TSSI has been the big winner for me this morning.
2 for 2 on Ondis and Fubo. Good job, Izzy. BMGL, which was mentioned earlier, that had that huge news spike. That's actually turning up through the VWAP here. This might be an afternoon play if it gets a volume spike.
See if Forsman, you're getting that pull in NBIS. Where are we thinking that NBIS goes again?
You know what? I've been off sides on that one. I don't have a good read on it.
Well, let's see here. We do have this is a third day. No, this will probably be the fourth. We do have 3 closes over the 200-day SMA, starting to move back up, but coming into some resistance like around 39. That seems to have been from like January of 22, right before this stopped trading because of the war in Ukraine. But it looks like I want to think 50 is possible, but let's just see if we can continue to hold above the 200-day SMA and get above 40. If we get above 40, I'd feel more confident about 50. I just don't know at the moment because it's also been on a pretty good run too. Let's see, the lows were April 7th, just like many things were that day. And stop it. This thing's gone on a almost 100% run. So it might need to cool off a bit. You think it has room to 39? What's up?
Okay, I thought I had taken a screenshot for one of my teammates, and I had thought I had lost the shading, but I didn't.
Well, the levels for TSSI, I mean, that $16 level is the resistance area to get through now. We only got it to 1598. If we are going to start to get some coming in of the price, we're going to want to watch for, I think 1450, about where VWAP is, at least my VWAP. And then after that, probably around 1380, 1375. It's really going to make a matter of how much volume this thing is getting. And right now, after that move through the previous highs we made in this session, volume has been kind of drifting. So it might come back in, but just watch the volume.
All right, 13, let's start wrapping up here. We're going to go to Marie next. Then we got options Sandy after that.
All right.
Paul Meeks after that, actually. So we got a full Friday here for you. Any closing words for our group?
Yeah, enjoy this full Friday. We got the wonderful Anne-Marie coming up next, and she's going to provide some wonderful options trades. Enjoy that session with her folks. And I'll see you all on Monday. We'll have some more trades, and we'll trade them. We'll have some good times, just like we had some good times today. Take care, everybody. I'll see you then.
All right, really good stuff this week, 13. Looking forward to another great week next week after a nice, relaxing weekend coming up here. 13's departure leaves room, as mentioned, for the one and only Anne-Marie. Let's check in with her and see how she's doing. Anne-Marie, happy Friday. Love the green. Love the green.
Yeah.
How are we doing today?
Good. Thanks. 13 is such a gem, isn't he?
Yes. He is. I try to surround myself with gems, many of them.
Yeah.
That's where you fit in as well, by the way.
Well,
So
thank
nice to hear good words about that. All right, let's load up your charts here. So I do have a couple of thoughts. I do have some things that we could take a look at here. I think that you'd probably followed along with some of them. I'm happy to go in any direction that you want here today.
You pick it.
Okay. I think then since you have NVO on this screen, let's start with that. We get asked a lot here by a couple of folks about Lilly. So I don't know if there's maybe any way that we can play this into Lilly since they're somewhat related. NVO, of course, has news today with their CEO stepping down. So you think we could set up a trade here on NVO?
Sure. So if we're taking a look at the weekly chart, we can see that every reversion to the mean has been sold for the last 4 cycles. That's a lot, right? That's a clear rhythm. And the measured moves that we like to do, we've got it pointing down here. So it could be that we are on our way to test the big fat round number of 50, right?
Okay.
Now we can see that our last, and I'm going to delete this again because what I want to always bring folks to is how can I replicate myself? How can I build charts and price action that I can bounce off of folks like you and the guests so that they can feel that they've got some traction. And so we're going to measure a swing low to swing high.
Okay.
That's close to the area that we're trading now. And we can see that in that measure, we went to the 150 level and broke right below it. We spent 1 day, 1 week, and then lost it. alternated, and now here we are losing it. This looks like downside pressure to me, right? If I were a betting man, I would say it needs to bottom out before it rises. And so there are a couple of ways to trade that. If we're looking at June, we can do two things. We can say, hey, pardon me, this chart is going to recover. And when is the operative term? So let's say we give it until July, right? And we say, you know what? It's going to recover. Let's take a look at July. Option volatility says $11. Current price is 63, so $11 would be 73. We want to put our pricing inside of that just in case it just rides up a little bit, but not a lot. And so that butterfly is 55 cents, right? For $500 of upside if it's going to recover. Another way we could trade it is by using $500 of margin, and we would sell a spread, the 675 to 70, but then we buy another 70. It's a back ratio, but the back ratio has a bullish slant. So we start making money as soon as it gets up over that $72, $73 marker. And if it does that into September, that September vol gives us $15 from where we're sitting. So that puts it at 78 or so. So there's a fair bit of upside that you could get because you've got two of them in the other direction. Now, if you decided you wanted to do the reverse of that and you wanted to say, listen, I don't really think it's getting up over 70. And there's a fair bit of an argument that you can make there because this trend has been significantly down. Every bounce has been sold, and looks like 70 is now the new resistance area. It's almost 70 on the nose. So you could say, hey, I'm going to take the credit. I'll buy the 65s. If it moves up to 70, I'm in great shape. I have the credit of 297, plus I have the $5 move, so that's 797. And so as long as it doesn't get up over $77.97, this is in the clear. It uses about $1,100 of margin. So it's a very nice way to go, yeah, I think you'll bounce, but I don't know that you're going to bounce that much because your trend is very negative and you've got a lot of people who had bought thinking the price would hold, and now they're holding the bag and they're thinking to themselves, holy cow, I can't wait till I break even again and then I'm out of here.
Okay. Okay, really good. That actually ties in a lesson that we talk with Mark Petrino every Friday morning. That was perfectly done, Anne-Marie.
All right. I listened to Mark and you this morning, so
He's
it's
good.
great. Yeah. I like Mark's slant. Okay,
Me too.
so let's take a look at Lily. So this is in a bear flag, or actually a bull flag. It's got downward pressure to upside motion. You know, you and I had talked about in times past how much the weight loss event is really driving a lot of what's going on with Lilly in general, because it's like one of their biggest products, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's do something here and let's add the 200 simple moving average.
Perfect.
Simple. And this is probably the 50, so I'm going to shift it.
Wait till you add the 500.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. You don't have to, but I don't know if that's something that you normally use. I do like using the 500, and it is flashing where the price is right now. You think you should add it because I'm curious on your take on it.
Okay, let me do it.
She's like, okay, fine.
I'll do it. I'll do it. 500?
Yeah, 500. And I do have a quick follow-up question here. I'm not smart enough to answer it, so you'll have to, I think.
I doubt that.
Amanda's asking, Anne-Marie, with the back ratio, my broker is a real jerk about the second naked call. I could just turn that into a butterfly, I think, BWF, to free up buying power, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
You certainly could. You could also make it an unbalanced butterfly, so you don't have to pay as much. It would end up being a credit. So here is that 300, 500.
Yep.
Excuse me. So very interesting. 200 sandwiched 500. Well, the question is, why not? Okay, so here's the real thing. The last wave, market structure wave we have is this one, high to low, whoopsie, with the low at 677.
Caller.
Oh wow, that's the hospital, guys. Hang on
Okay.
2 secs, okay?
That's okay. Yeah, I can take care of it, Anne-Marie. Don't worry about that. That one is definitely important. I'm going to put Anne-Marie on mute so she can take this call real quick. I'm going to go ahead and actually throw my screen back on. While she's taking that, I did want to really quickly mention here on oh no, what did I do? Oh no, here we go. Let me go back to Pro here. On the reason I had her add this 500 is because, and I think 13 has talked about this, generally speaking, you get 250 to 252 trading days in a year. And so a 500-day moving average is effectively a 2-year average. And it happens to be pretty clear here on Lily. So this is one of the reasons that I wanted to add it on there. Broken wing fly, Amanda. Okay, so sorry. Again, you are way more advanced with options, especially on Anne-Marie's side than I am. Looks like Anne-Marie's good to go. Let me go ahead and unmute. She is good. Anne-Marie, everything okay? Oh
Just
gosh.
telling me. Oh,
It was my fault. I asked you if everything's okay, and then I clicked the wrong. So that's embarrassing.
no worries. Not really embarrassing at all. Yeah, that was just the nurse telling me that they're just rolling him in. It's pre-op took a long time because they have to track a bunch of veins and stuff like that. So he'll be in surgery in just a couple minutes, and I asked the nurse to keep me posted on anything that was happening. Yeah.
And we are still sending all of our prayers and vibes
Thank you.
here. Anne-Marie, really quickly, I just wanted to mention this while we had a break here, and this will suffice. The 500-day moving average, you generally get between 250 and 252 trading days per year. So a 500-day moving average effectively represents a 2-year average by just the trading days in a year.
Oh, that could be a very interesting buy trigger then.
The more you know.
Yes, indeed. So let's think about where it might go and how long we want. So certainly we would expect that it would fill this gap if it rotates to the north. So I am thinking 800 to 820. And let's see if the market is going to be agreeable. What do we have? $96. So they are calling for 850. So if we do, let's go 810. Let's anticipate that they have priced that to seller's perfection. So we get 810 to 850. That's pretty wide. Okay, 850, 810 to 850. That's $40, 890. Okay, so that's $358 for a $4,000 move. You'd want to maybe double. I think 100 to 200% will be fair there if you want to give them until the end of the summer to do it. Won't let me do it in August. Let's see. Oh, it's because they don't have this 20 here. So let's push it out. Let's count the weeks that it's going to take. All right. So here we have days. And this looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it looks like about 40 days for a round trip. I think July is more than fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I think July is more than fair. July gives us 63 days. That's a good round trip event. If you wanted to, YOLO the reversal, you could go to, you could buy the 860, 880 call spread. It's a little bit more expensive, but if you don't want to do butterfly, you don't want to do those kinds of things, that works very nicely in my mind.
Okay.
So,
Samel's asking, are you saying it would go down to 500? No, what she's saying here is that this is at a possible bounce spot, and she's using a butterfly to gain upside exposure. She looks like she's targeting 850, which is that middle strike.
Yeah. And so the reason I chose 850 is because of the option chain. Now take a look. July's option chain shows a potential $96 that are priced into the move. If I add 96 to 750, I get somewhere very close to 850, but not quite. Now, we know that options are priced to make the option sellers and the market maker be in a more comfortable space. And so what we want to anticipate is that they are overpricing it. And so we move inside the structure and let the halfway peak of the butterfly be exactly what they price. So chances are we're going to fall in the middle there. We're going to fall in the middle of that into July.
Okay, awesome. And then really quick, it looks like they missed this and I dropped the ball. I normally screenshot all of these and then take care of it for you. I did not screenshot the NVO trade. If you wouldn't mind going back there.
Absolutely.
Looks like the group. Yeah, we missed that here.
Yeah.
So here you go. So those of you that were asking here, let me make sure I get this. Where was this? Can you post the NVO specifics? I missed it. Yeah, so she had two trades here. She had a call butterfly. The strikes are 70, 75, and 80, and the expiry is the July monthly contract. Then she had a back ratio here for NVO. That's going to be a call back ratio. That's a 65 and a 70, and the expiry is September. I know these are hard to see, folks, but there you go. And I've copied them now. So if you need me to reread those, I have a copy of that. Yeah, and Anne-Marie, I appreciate your flexibility putting this in what I like to call blind mode because it's just so huge, it's like Legoland. But this is just so everyone is aware, this is nothing that has to do with Anne-Marie or the stream. This is 100% just how Thinkorswim looks. All of the numbers are small, and it is an absolute nightmare to try and share that. There's nothing she can do other than the stuff she's already trying. Okay. Let's see. We got oceans of time. So we've done Lily and NVO. We talked already about UNH. We could talk about Humana if you want. I started to trade on Rocket. I would say we should go that direction here, either Humana or Rocket.
Let's do Rocket because I'm quite intrigued by what led you to the trade. Okay,
so there's a number of things that have led us to the trade here. First of all, housing in general is a common topic on Happy Hour. We have several real estate experts, including one who's there all of the time and has been doing a very good job breaking stuff down and giving us trade ideas off of it. The most recent one was Rocket. We discussed this over all of this week, really, and actually a little bit last week, too. We really think that Rocket is making that if they had a recent AI acquisition, they're trying to basically go after Zillow here. The other part of this entire thing here is that Rocket, we are likely, or the thesis here is that we are going to see an explosion in new mortgage origination if we get any of these rate cuts. The problem with this is that we don't know when these rate cuts are coming, but we're all kind of thinking that this is going to happen in the back half of this year. So we're using leaps then in order to capture this position. My leaps are in March. If you look at the chart, it looks like there are some key areas there at 13, which we just broke out of today. 16, I believe, was the other level, and 18 was the other level. The two other things that have factored into this has high short interest, and it absolutely has squeeze potential from where we're at. We're now making a higher low on the chart.
Nice.
To me, it seems like that's in play. Now, I initiated this position yesterday. We had been discussing this position for a week, but yesterday we also found out in the after hours when we got the 13Fs that Value Act Capital reported a 15.1 million share stake in Rocket, representing 9.9% of the outstanding shares. Short interest, possible interest rates going lower. It's going to benefit them the most. They're doing really good work to try and catch up to Zillow. There's your thesis.
I love it. It's a combination of technical and fundamental analysis. And so that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Here's something else exciting about your setup. This is a bull flag inside of this recovery arm. And so if we were going to hop along and tag along with you, and we went to, let's say, March. If we went forward with the leap. So my thought is it might be tough for, I see what, if it's got squeeze potential, then butterflying it might be, but look at that 25. Let's see if we can get the spread. $10 upside, $1.50, $1.25. If we were to follow you into that March trade, we could do a vertical spread, which looks pretty good.
So this is extremely rewarding to me. You've thrown up a vertical spread here using the call that I bought outright as the lower boundary of the spread. I paid 150. You're getting a spread here at 1.25. So I actually paid only 25 cents more, and I don't have my gains and my upside limited by that because I bought it prior to this 13F explosion. That makes me happy. That just tells me that my thesis is being confirmed, at least in the early on here.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that's really nice. And it's $125 of risk for a potential $1,000 less the 125 for the upside pressure. There is certainly, the big, not to get all macro crazy, but the big sticky is going to be how energy feeds the market. If we can tamp down the price of energy, like the administration wants it to stay down, inflation levels will dip, and things will get a little bit easier to pull on the levers. But hopefully by September. But I don't know if you looked at the Fed funds tool. It's already, they're moving from September to December too.
Yeah,
so.
I have. And actually, I reported earlier this week that two major firms, I believe it was let's see, I still have the notes here. I think it was Goldman Sachs, Barclays, expects the Fed rate cut in December. They were at July previously. So they moved a lot.
Everybody's
JP Morgan was the other one. Excuse me. It was not Goldman Sachs. JP Morgan sees the Fed rate cut in December. They were in September previously.
Yeah.
So I know this is really good though, Anne Marie, because again, this is how I selected my expiry, right? when I had that information when I took the trade. Like I said, we've been discussing this for a little bit, but I had that piece of information. So I thought to myself, well, if I give myself March, I give myself enough time to get some of those rates. And we really think that if rates come down, you're going to see an explosion in new mortgage origination. The other thing about that, just tying it into the macro setup, I mean, let's face it, there's no way around this. Trump's a real estate guy. Real estate guys want low interest rates. So if he has any pull in this, this is the direction they're going to try and go, should benefit the trade.
Yep. 100%. Totally agree. Totally agree. All right. That's super exciting. I think we have maybe room for one more. And what would we want that one to be? I forget what we did.
Did we do Humana before?
No, I don't know that we have.
I think we did UNH together on Tuesday because that was the topic du jour, but I'm not sure if we did Humana, which would make for a relatively good sympathy play here, I think.
Yeah. And Humana is, I believe, is a stronger instrument in general in terms of holding its price action, but it really is following suit. Take a look at this, right? I mean, this is a sideways consolidation in a downward trending formation. And then, they break it this week, but still holding the low. So the question is, if it loses this edge, I don't think it will. But if it loses this edge of 212, where can it go? And my thought is 185. So if it's in recovery, which, I mean, take a look at this. Resistance that turns to support, and a bounce in motion. So literally, we just have to stay over here. The question is, can we even recover 300, right? I mean, who knows? Who knows if we can recover 300? So let's look at both sides of this. And how much time do we want to give it? Do we want to give it to the end of the summer? Do we want to give it the month?
Unknown caller.
Oh, wow. Hospital again. Sorry.
No problem. I'm going to answer some questions here from the from the chat. So no problem. I'll go ahead and throw my screen up here too. Family always comes first on this show, folks. Don't ever forget that. Tom, you're asking, is it the 125 or the 125 or 135 vertical for March? What are you referring to? We were just talking about Rocket, and Rocket is $12.50, $13. So let me know what that is referring to there. Amanda, sorry, I will ask her about the calendar. I don't know what the answer. I'm surprised you don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. But I will ask her that when we get back. 13 is mentioning that as far as that Rocket trade, it also has high short interest. We did talk about that a little bit as well. And then 13, this is awesome, regarding your Humana, regarding the Humana chart, you're thinking that this might be a breakdown if it loses 220, right? Well, that's pretty clear here, right? That's right in here. 220 is right here. I would completely agree with you on that. Right. I would completely agree with you on that. And so she had just said before she took the phone call, let's take a look at both sides here. I think maybe we will, providing we can get back to this. Maybe we will. We'll look at the 220 break and then maybe the upside there. I think she's probably going to put that at 260 or so. I just wanted to give some other options for people that wanted a different Rocket play. No need to ask her. Okay. Sorry, Amanda. I would definitely admit options are definitely your forte. So you're more advanced than I on that. Yeah, no closes under 220 despite printing under it. Okay, let's see. Let's go back here real quick. Boom. Let's unmute Anne Marie. We good?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
So we could do a couple of things. The support levels say 185 to that 280-ish. But the option chains are only priced in $33. So it could be that they're underpriced. And so that might make a very pretty set of butterfly events if we go 200 to 190 to 180. And then on the flip side, we do 260 to 270 to 280. And those are super cheap. Well inside the support and resistance zones, and right near the edges of what the traders are likely to look at as support or resistance. If you gone to head, I would wait for a little bit of a relief, a pullback, maybe to the 225, and
Mhm.
then choose the long side for the very cheap trade for a reflexive bounce. Because the second that United Healthcare begins to recover, this thing is going to run like a bat out of you know where.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that. And frankly, I think that's what the rest of the group is trying to capture here. I think we're all trying to figure out when that reversal is coming so we can bank off of that. Okay. Anne-Marie, really good stuff again here on a Friday. I'm going to let you get back to your family and your weekend. We're going to see you next
Thank you.
Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
perfect.
See you then.
Also, we've been talking about we're going to do a webinar with Tim. That should be a lot of fun. I started giving out that link in here. So next Tuesday is going to be a big one. Anne-Marie, thanks for everything. As always, please enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care, everybody. Bye.
All right, that is Anne-Marie, folks. Awesome stuff. We're lucky to have her. Anne-Marie's departure, however, leaves room for Paulo. We normally talk to Sandy right now, but we've got Paulo here today. Paulo, how are you doing today?
Hello, Ryan. How are you? Can you hear me successfully? Can you hear me?
Clearly I can. Yes, I can hear you just fine. It's like you're sitting in the room with me. What do you got for today? You got to share your screen?
Yes, of course. Let me share here my screen. 1 second.
Take your time. Okay, what do you got on deck for the show here today?
All right, so today we're going to see some technical levels in the markets and basically ask the question I think we are all asking us right now. Is this a bear market rally or is all-time highs around the corner? So we have some quite important technical levels which might actually give us some answers, and we will be proceeding with those.
That sounds awesome. Trading Made Simple with Paulo today starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Hello, everyone. Hello, traders. How is it going? I hope we are all having a great week. And let's start with today's technical analysis in the market. I'm Paulo. I'm Coach Paulo from Trading Made Simple. And we are currently alternating with Sandra. One Friday, she is live here on Benzinga, and I'm covering the next Fridays. So when I'm live, we are going to be checking some trades, some potential automated trades as well, which we do a lot of those on Trading Made Simple. And you can find more information about us on our webpage, tradingmadesimple.org. All right, so let's start with today's analysis here. And if you were able to join us on our last call, you know there were certain levels which we wanted to watch through last week, and for this week to see if this is actually still a bear market rally or are we still going to continue this strong, massive recovery to reach all-time highs or even break higher. All right, so let's start here with the markets, all right? And first, actually, before we start, I would like to start with the banner cycle. I'm not sure if we are familiar with the banner cycle, but I will do a quick introduction to it, as it is going to be one of the most important topics we have for today. So let me show you here the banner cycle. I don't know if we are familiar with this. This is the banner cycle. So it is a technical model that was actually developed in the 18,800s. By a farmer, a farmer named Samuel Benner. He had a lot of money and he invested it in the stock market 150 years ago. And unfortunately, he was caught on a market crash and he lost much part of his fortune. Driven by that frustration, he was also a brilliant mathematician. And with a lot of passion, he started studying these mathematical models that aligned with good times and bad times in the market and potential bull markets, potential bear markets. And he analyzed 200 years of market data back in 18,800. So basically, he was studying market behavior from the 1600 up to the 1000, and he developed this technical model known as the Benner cycle, which lately has got a lot of attention all over the financial markets, as 100 years later from its publication, it has still shown some very interesting timings. And let's see some of those. For example, in 1927, it was accurate to signal here the crash. First, let me explain this. I'm sorry. The C years would be, as it says here, years of hard times, low prices, and good times to buy stocks on the C's. B years are also good times to sell stocks, years of good time, high prices, and A years are years in which panics have occurred and will likely occur again. All this is based on the Benner cycle, which of course it's a technical model. It has some really nice calls. For example, the 1927, this led to the financial crisis, right, on 1929, 1930. Then we actually caught here the 1975 bear market. This was almost a 50%, I think 55% drop in the market. It actually catched here the dot-com bubble. It catched the Lehman crash here on 2008. And then it also catched here the COVID. Additionally, the bull signals, the buy signals have also been very accurate. For example, if we remember our past 2022 bear market, when was the bottom? Was somewhere in between October to that January dip. So if we bought the market on January 2023, we would have catch a whole bull market. In 2023, its signal is a buy signal. All right. So what is coming next on the Benner cycle? And of course, traders should not only rely on a model, but the market, as I like to call it, it's a one big giant math equation, and the mathematical part and approach for the market should absolutely never be underestimated. So the next signal for the Benner cycle would be here on 2026, and it would be a B sell signal. I have personally back tested absolutely all of these sell signals, and from all of this, I think it only gave 4 or 5 wrong signals, something like that. So it is a very accurate model. And it is very interesting what we're going to see, because now we're going to compare this with our market analyses and Elliott wave counts as well. So the conclusion we have here from the Benner cycle is that this would be indicating that this is still a macro bull market until 2026. Keeping that in mind, we come here to our charts. And in our last live session here, we were looking at this macro technical model I personally have, which is a macro Elliott wave count that goes and starts all the way on the COVID crash on 2020 on a 5-point Elliott wave count, which can also be subdivided on 5 waves and subdivided applying Elliott wave concepts as well. So we can see after the COVID crash here on 2020, we had a continuation of the bull market with a 5-point Elliott wave bull market as well, starting on the RSI at the lows. Once we reach the RSI on the weekly at the highs, the RSI is one of my favorite indicators to actually count macro Elliott wave counts. Once we actually had that bull market on a 5-point impulsive wave, we reached the overbought, and then of course came what we know as the 2022 bear market correction, which was a 5-point correction here. This brought us from the overbought levels to the oversold back on the RSI on the weekly time frame. And we can also see how this was the Benner cycle 2019 sell signal. Here there was no signals in between this year, but for 2023, it actually already told us to buy this market. And then we had again a 5-point completed Elliott wave impulsive count from the RSI on the lows until the RSI, of course, overbought here again. And this brought us to our wave 4. Last time we were here live on Benzinga, we had identified that this was, of course, the corrective wave 4, as we were somewhere around the lows. I did an update here. I initially had my bull market somewhere around here. As 2 weeks ago on our last session, when we were somewhere around here, I was still initially expecting a potential retest of support, right? Maybe give us here a bullish divergence on the RSI, a potential retest of support. And then I was looking here for this wave 5, which would be the final bull market from this macro Elliott wave count. That doesn't mean this is the final bull market in history, absolutely not, but the final bull market under this model here. Once applying Elliott wave, of course, if this is correct, once we finish this final 5 wave, we would be potentially hitting the banner cycle 2026, and that could give us a bigger drop in the market, somehow bigger than what we have currently experienced this 2025, that it is which was on the pre-market on April 8th, that Monday. On the pre-market, it was a bear market. It was passed below 20%, but the bears were not able to hold that level. So the update that I have done based on these weekly gap up, because last week the market still closed at resistance on certain important stocks, for example, XIII stocks, and we are going to view them right now. So it was still not clear if it could be a bear market rally, or if we were going to form here a higher low and continue. But with what we are seeing this week, I am personally updating my count, which was that we were starting this bull market somewhere around mid-year, to the possibility that we might have already actually started it. All right. And I would also like to show you this. For example, if we would be to duplicate the same price action from 2021 to from 2020 to 2021, which is not the case I'm looking at, but just so that we can see how the mathematical part of the market should never be underestimated. Check this out. If we would be to repeat the same Elliott wave development, it does fit perfectly under our ascending channel structure. We would actually retest potential resistance, have wave 2. Wave 3 would actually top here at the range, and then we would be meeting the banner cycle 2020 so signal, which would potentially, according to Elliott wave, could bring us a drop, which would be in between wave 4 lows. So basically, we would revisit this lows here, or maybe even revisit the 2022 lows. According to Elliott wave, when we correct a wave here, usually you find the potential downside price target in between wave 2, in between wave 4. So if we actually, I'm sorry, 1 second. So if we actually have that potential 2026 correction, as the banner cycle is currently signaling, we could have a potential drop later. So far, looks like we have been actually able to survive here. So now we are going to go out from this technical model, and we're going to go to the chart. So on the S&P 500, what are the bullish signals? There was no accumulation here, as we had the recovery from 2022. But there are some important signals here as well. We can see how 2022 didn't have a capitulation move. There was no capitulation. Volume was actually almost the same. Actually, the buy signal here was the bullish divergence, when price made a lower low on the S&P 500 on the weekly, but it actually made a higher low on the RSI on the weekly, signaling here a very strong bullish divergence in between price action on the S&P 500 and the weekly RSI. And that, of course, led us to the bull market. What we have seen on 2025 with this massive volume on the weekly chart is that even though we didn't reach the 200 moving average on the weekly, we had a similar capitulation move to the COVID. So even though there was no bullish divergence on the RSI, the capitulation here on the volume currently indicated that this, now that we are seeing this price action, looks like, of course, it was a potential bottom. Now, the question that I am personally trying to figure out, and we have to view this day by day, right, is how far is wave 1 going? If this is already wave 1, how far can wave 1 go, right? Are we topping here? Are we maybe topping here? And once we have that figured out, we have to try to identify how low can wave 2 go. Is it going to be a small pullback Or are we even coming all the way back to retest support? We cannot rule any of those possibilities, but we do have two important zones we are going to check. So the S&P 500 currently, we are retesting the 0.7 Fibonacci retracement from all-time highs. We can see it here. So what I personally view here on the weekly chart is that while we remain above the 0.786 Fibonacci retracement, which has resistance at 5,870, while we remain above that level, 5,870, yes, the market would be signaling bullish continuation to retest our previous all-time highs resistance. And that would have a valid price target at 6,250, and that could potentially be the wave one highs here. However, we still have a couple hours more in this trading session, and the bears would need to close the day below 5,880. We're 50 points away from that level. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's currently looking like we're going to have a bullish close, but of course, we are going to have to wait for the final closing price. The market is wild, isn't it? So if we actually close this week below 5,860, 70, I would be looking for a potential pullback, which I would view as a great buying opportunity because that would be the wave two lows. What do we have here for the Dow Jones? For the Dow Jones, we have a similar scenario. We also have the 5-point completed Elliott wave count into a 3-point correction, and we actually managed to bounce from our channel support. Almost hit the 200 moving average on the weekly, but we didn't. So on the Dow Jones also survived here the crash. We actually had a strong rebound. Even we can see here a nice retest of this support into a strong recovery. So the Dow Jones is still not signaling a potential pullback. Still for the Dow Jones, we are still below or well under what is known as the golden ratio, which would be here the 0.618 to 0.786 Fibonacci retracement. So the bears could still somehow try to appear here. The Dow Jones would need to break above 43,250, right, to actually signal more bullish continuation to previous all-time highs or even higher. Keep in mind, on the weekly time frame, the Dow Jones still is signaling a double top here. We can still see here a double top. We are kind of retesting the neckline. So the Dow bears here will try to do all they can next week to actually reject this zone here. The Nasdaq is the one that is looking the strongest, as we actually had a nice bounce, not reach the 200 moving average here. That was very tricky, as the 200 moving average has been a very strong support level in the past, as we have seen. And the Nasdaq is actually currently breaking above the 0.786 Fibonacci retracement as well, which is located at 21,000. So if the Nasdaq is able to close this week above 21,000, we would be signaling bullish continuation for next week, of course, only if we are able to hold that level, and we would be looking for all-time highs or even breaking higher, potentially to 22,700. So the Nasdaq bulls here need to absolutely close this week and hold next week above 21,000 to continue running. All right, so on our previous session, we already noticed the indices were signaling this bullish breakouts, but not the MAX 7. That has already changed since the reaction to the US-China trade deal that was announced over the weekend brought us a massive gap up, and that has already invalidated certain downtrends for stocks, and let's proceed to see them. The first one is Microsoft. So last time we were here live, Microsoft was actually very close to the 200 weekly moving average, and I was personally looking at that place as a potential bottom for Microsoft, which has been a nice zone for the bottom in the past. But on earnings, Microsoft had quite a bullish reaction. We can see here how we actually retested the flag here support, and we had a massive bullish reaction, and so far we are having another bullish breakout for Microsoft. So there are two potential levels here, two critical levels to look for Microsoft. The first one would be breaking above 450 456. If we actually break above 456, this would be a bullish breakout for Microsoft stock above our previous high, and this would be signaling bullish continuation and brand new bull market for the stock, which actually corrected how much? Let's calculate. Which actually dropped minus 26.38 on that crash we had on tariff reaction. The bears, and this one is tricky, the bears will try to do anything possible to close this week below 443, which would be our breakout. If somehow the Microsoft bears are able to pull a sellout into the closing bell and Microsoft closes below 443, this would still remain a downtrend for the stock because the weekly confirmation would not be closing above resistance, and we would still be closing below resistance, of course, and we could see more weakness into the upcoming weeks. In between this range here, I would remain neutral on Microsoft. It's not either triggering the sell signal, neither the buy signal. If we close above 456, that would be bullish. So for Microsoft, we can use here a confirmation range from 443 to 456. Let's proceed here with other stocks. And if anyone would like to request any stock, please feel completely encouraged and welcome. Just type the ticker and we can check some additional stocks as well. Now we're going to proceed here with Apple stock. So for Apple is the only Max 7, well, excluding Tesla, that actually reached the 200 moving average on this correction. Even though we had an initial break below our ascending channel, we were able to recover and reverse it here. Apple stock is still trading on a downtrend. Support is located at 193. While we remain above this support level, I would be looking for a retest of this downtrend resistance at 225. Apple needs to break above this level to potentially signal bullish momentum as the rest of the Max 7, which is looking much more bullish. However, a potential rejection of 225 could still bring us to retest support. Our next stock is going to be NVIDIA, and this one is a bit tricky. So NVIDIA actually bounced here from support, not even went close to the 200 moving average. Looks like that is going to be for the banner cycle on 2026. And we have a triangle also carved as a pennant pattern here for NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now, it's retesting our resistance trend line from this valid downtrend. We had all-time highs here, then this rejection and our final rejection here on February on the deep sea correction. So NVIDIA needs to close this week above 136. Closing this week above 136 would signal a bullish breakout for the stock. We would likely be ending this downtrend and signaling bullish continuation for the stock. While we remain below 136 for NVIDIA, the bears could still somehow bring a rejection here. If that can bring us all the way to retest support, or if it's just going to be a minor rejection until we see an eventual pullback, that is an answer we're going to have to follow it day by day as the markets, even though it's now looking much, much more bullish, of course, we're almost near all-time highs, there's still some charts that are a bit tricky. Tesla looks like a clear bullish breakout. Tesla actually reached a 0.786 Fibonacci retracement from all that post-electoral move, and it's looking like a clear bullish breakout. For Tesla, honestly, I don't have much resistance on the weekly time frame. So Tesla does look here like a very strong bullish breakout. The bulls would try to maybe catch a potential retest of support, but given here the verticalness of this resistance trend line, I'm not sure we could actually come all the way back to 245, 250. Tesla remains looking like a very strong bullish breakout. Another stock we have that has invalidated so far bearish momentum is Meta. And Meta, I would like to recap it as I called it one of my favorite short setups. The last time we were here, I personally shorted Meta this week, of course, last week actually. And unfortunately, I did took a loss here on the Meta put size signal as I was retesting this resistance here. Once we actually completed this 5-point correction, we can see the bearish divergence between wave 3 highs and wave 5 highs, indicating this is a completed 5-wave count. However, rejection didn't occur here at resistance of 600. We actually broke above these levels. invalidating the downtrend. Currently, Meta is no longer in a downtrend. I know this is still potentially a lower high, but we are trading above resistance. The bears would try to argue that Meta, it's actually still forming a 3-point correction in which we have the 0.6 to 0.7 Fibonacci retracement zone here. We could maybe reject here and break lower. I would personally like to remain neutral on Meta until we are able to break below 610. If we are able to break lower here, this would just be a liquidity grab to the upside. And then we could actually reject here. We would have to view it as a range rather than a specific level, because on this week, we currently already invalidated potential shorts here for Meta at 610. It is the same chart here for Amazon. Amazon broke above resistance, and we are still initially actually rejecting the 0.6 to 0.7 Fibonacci retracement. While we remain below that level, it would look like Meta is going to reach a support at 190. Another stock we have is Google, and Google is the only Max 7 not looking that bullish because we are still below resistance on what is still a downtrend. Yes, well, NVIDIA, it's also there, but NVIDIA kind of looks like it wants to break out. Google looks more like breaking below a support trend line and retesting it as resistance. Google did have quite an individual bearish momentum last week as it got sold out on the news that Apple is going to integrate AI tools into Safari. I understand that Google search is the default search tool for Safari. So if users would be migrating for using Safari with Google search and now Safari with AI tools, of course, that would be quite a hit for Google stock. So that is the narrative. But in reality, I do think it was just a rejection from resistance. Now, the Google bulls need to close the week above 169 to invalidate this resistance, same as Amazon and Meta. While we remain below 170, Google would still be trading below resistance. Some other stocks I would like to show is, for example, Roblox. And Roblox here on the weekly time frame, it's looking like a solid buy setup. When we zoom out, we can see that Roblox is looking here like a bullish breakout from all-time highs. We broke above our resistance trend line here. We also broke above our previous all-time highs, and above our previous highs. We had a retest of our support trend line, and boom, a strong bounce with a higher highest confirmation. This is looking like a stage 2 week of markup. This would be the stage 1 accumulation. This would be the stage 2, and Roblox is looking like it's starting a bull market for its own here. While we can remain above the breakout level from 70 to 75, Roblox looks like a great buy setup. Patient Roblox bulls would wait for a potential retest of support, maybe if the market gets a pullback. And that would be a great buying opportunity for Roblox stock that seems to be having a strong breakout. Another stock I do like is PayPal here, which seems to have finally found a bottom on a macro inverse head and shoulders pattern, which has a bottom here at 55. Now we are in the middle of the range. Of course, it's not a buy here anymore, as we are right closer. We're right in the middle between support and resistance. It would be a potential buy if we retest support. Right now, I would call it a hold. If you maybe bought here PayPal somewhere around a 55, 60, I would call it a hold and a potential sell somewhere around a 80, 85, or even 90. And now I would like to recap on some potential stocks I was calling a short setup. And one of those is Spotify, which I still remain calling a short setup. As Spotify is retesting here resistance on an ascending channel never broken before, which marked important tops. And it has been valid for more than 7 years. It marked the top on 2018, also on 2021, also this top here on 2025, and now we are retesting it. What else do we have? It looks like a completed 5-wave point correction. Why does it look like a completed 5-point correction? Because we can see the bearish divergence on the RSI as confirmation here. We rejected here at 648, and now we actually reach somewhere around 660 on a higher high here on price action, but it was actually a bearish divergence here on the RSI. So Spotify is looking like we might see some weakness for the stock. We have 3 more minutes, so I would like to show the other ones. The other one is Palantir and Uber. Palantir stock here does have the same chart as Spotify. We're initially retesting our resistance trend line, and we do see what could be a potential 5 count, a completed 5 Elliott wave count here, an impulsive 5 count, and we can see how 5 wave highs is showing a higher high compared to wave 3, but it is showing that bearish divergence, indicating that if the market would be to retrace, Palantir could be a potential stock to short. And also I would like to show here Uber, which now, well, interesting. 15 minutes ago, it was still retesting it here, but let's see where it closes. If Uber is actually able to close below 90, this currently looks like we are already on the final 5 wave count here. We do have the bearish divergence. We can see how when Uber was here at 82, the RSI was somewhere around 84. Now that we are having a higher high, it's still being bearish divergence. And check it out, we even have a bearish divergence compared to this previous level here. We can see this bearish divergence on the weekly chart for Uber, indicating that Uber might be to see a rejection. So overall summary, now going back to the macro technical model, looks like we already started wave 5 here, that final wave 5. Initially, I was looking for this wave to maybe start somewhere in between end of June, July, maybe August. But given the fact that we have already broken above our previous highs, this no longer looks like a downtrend with the current price action. When being a technical analyst, you have to always be flexible and not get married to any bias. If the charts are looking bullish, traders should adopt a bullish strategy. If the charts are looking bearish, of course, traders should adapt and follow the markets. We have to trade what we see, not what we would like or what we think or what we see on the internet. So currently, it looks like we are already on wave 1. Potentially, we have started it 2 months or maybe one month before I was expecting it. So I'm adapting, and I'm currently viewing this as a potential wave 1. Now the key question is how high this wave 1 can go. And once the wave 1 is completed, how low can wave 2 go? Is it going to give us a minor pullback, or is it going to give us a major again, a major pullback and a reaches of support, even a higher low? But that would be a much better buying opportunity. So to understand if we are going to continue wave 1, or maybe we are potentially topping here next week or the following, to understand that comes the 0.7 Fibonacci retracement. And that confirmation level we mentioned of 5,870.
Hey, Paulo.
So
Paulo?
we remain above that level at 5,870. Looks like wave 1 can continue to potentially reach its previous all-time highs. Where is this wave 2 going to be? That's a question once we realize that wave 1 has already finished. Somehow, if the bears are able to drop 50 points into the closing bell, which still doesn't look like the base case for what we have on the remaining session, we could maybe be discussing a potential wave 1 topping here, but it currently doesn't look like the bears are going to be able to close the S&P 500 below 5,870. So assuming we have this closure, looks like we are already on wave 1, and we are going to continue it potentially until all-time highs, and then we're going to have to be very critical to identify where is wave 2 actually going to bottom. And that would be a very, very nice buying opportunity for that continuation on the banner cycle until we reach the 2020 sell signal, 2026 sell signal
Hey,
here.
Paulo. Can you hear me?
December 2026. So that will be all for today. I would like to thank you everyone for your participation, for your attendance. I would like to thank Ryan and all the team of Benzinga for inviting me here to share some technical analysis. Remember, you can find more of our work on Trading Made Simple. We have live trading sessions, we have automated trading, and many good features, many AI trading tools for traders and investors out there. You can find more about us on our website, www.tradingmadesimple.org. Thank you, everyone. I hope you have a great weekend.